last, yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the opening debate of FII 9. Today, we'll begin with a question that sits at the core of artificial intelligence itself. Do large models truly reason, or do they simply mimic reasoning so convincingly that we've mistakenly understood imitation for reality? In 2025, OpenAI's abstraction layers and reasoning argued that multi-step inference can form early causal structures. Anthropic's 3.7, from simulation to causation, challenged that, showing that reasoning collapses when tasks move beyond training distribution. And Cartesia AI, whose CEO Karan is here with us today, contends that reasoning emerges only when language, sound, and image or vision are fused together in a multimodal cognition rather than pure text. We've built systems that appear to think, but the question remains, do they really think? Joining us to unpack this are four exceptional voices here with me today. We've got Amir Hussain, chairman of World Quant Foundry. We've got Karan Joel, co-founder and CEO of Cartesia AI. Hassan Swaf, founder and CEO of AI Explain, and Dr. Abdul Mahmood, founder and CEO of Anterior AI. We'll explore 3 rounds, whether thinking models are genuine thinkers or fluent imitators, whether world models bring us closer to real reasoning, and finally, whether smarter training and alignment can bridge that gap. Let's begin. Round 1. Are thinking models real? Are they real thinkers or just verbose imitators? Our first round asks, do today's models really think? Or do they really reason? Or do they just produce patterns that look like they reason? Dr. Abdul Mahmood, you'll be taking the early delivery of the remarks. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, shall I step here or?
You just stay at your podium, actually. Keep it really casual.
I think they do in the ways that matter. And what I mean by that is, and to give you some context, so we run a company where we use AI to kind of do the work that clinicians do, but inside health insurance companies. Review hundreds of pages of charts and kind of decide whether physiotherapy is more appropriate or a knee surgery. So I kind of asked the question, do doctors genuinely reason? And I think that is also a nuanced question that we're learning more about, in a sense that 95% of practice of medicine, and I say this as a clinician myself, is actually following guidelines and steps and logic that's already been predetermined for you. A patient comes in with a certain temperature and a certain heart rate. You follow A protocol or B protocol. So in a sense, our models do reason because when they go through these 600 pages of clinical information about a patient, they're going through and extracting certain things and then mapping them to guidelines, almost like logic that's being captured, and then producing the output of, yes, they require physiotherapy, and here's the chain of thinking that led up to that. So could you argue that's mimicry? Yes, but maybe your physician is also practicing mimicry.
There's some limitations though, right? The data itself is really guiding the models. Let's say you're going into a space where you're not actually, you don't have the data that allows you to understand. What happens at that point? It really comes down to true reasoning. Yes. Could be helpful in that case.
Yes, so that's a very good point. And I think kind of reasoning out of distribution or reasoning over patterns you've not seen before is something that, I'll keep bringing it back to clinicians, that your doctor shouldn't do unless they're a specialist in their field. So in a sense, we will only operate in areas where we know that our precision and our recall are accurate and reliable over thousands and thousands of examples before deploying this in a way, and also do no harm. So I think in a sense, you are right, and I'll concede that point. But fundamentally, that is also the thing that physicians do. And I'll end with this point that there was a study done with judges that before lunch, they were more likely to convict someone than after lunch. And if you ask them for their chain of reasoning, it will sound bulletproof. But maybe it was just that they were hungry, and that's what made them do the decision. So even human reasoning is also flawed to some extent.
So in order for us to learn how to think, we need to learn how we think as well.
Maybe, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul. To respond, Amir Hussain, please go ahead. You will have Sorry, you will have 3 minutes.
Okay. Same question?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I do think that models, neural networks can absolutely reason. There is a proof regarding the universality of neural networks, which says that given enough data, a large enough neural network can approximate the results of any function to arbitrary precision. And this is mathematically proven. The practical issue is how do we get there? So if you assume that the math isn't wrong, which it is not, then all of the rest of the discussion becomes how do you equip neural networks with the tools that allow it to constrain its search? Because in many ways, a neural network is producing tokens, word after word, in the case of an LLM. And what you want is for those words to be produced in succession that mimic logical reasonings. For example, inductive logic, for example, Plato and Socrates, and so on, and formal logic. Now, can that happen? Absolutely. But the distribution of words that these models learn is vast, and therefore the question is, how do I get the model to constrain its output to create the right sequence of words which would be logically consistent with inductive logic, which would then give me an explainable proof at the end. Now, in order to do this with general purpose trained models, one generally has to marry additional tools. So if you are familiar with artificial intelligence and you think about a neurosymbolic system, in the very simple conception, an LLM combined with something like Prolog or something like Lisp, well, these systems can then produce hypotheses in a language that is designed for inductive logic, and at the end, arrive at a conclusion and tell you why or why not. So just to wrap up, absolutely, by mathematical proof, we know these systems can do that.
Thank you so much. Question for each. Abdul, if reflection itself is reasoning, can intentless systems ever understand?
Yes, within constraints. So even if they are intentless, it's our purpose, and especially when we use them, we're not kind of letting them loose. We give them the intent, we direct them in a way kind of similar to what Amir said around kind of helping them kind of constrain where to pull up the right pattern to match to, then yes.
And Amir, does it even matter? If imitation works, does understanding matter?
It absolutely matters. Absolutely matters, because imitation is the imprecise, generally imprecise replay of something that somebody else came up with. But it doesn't imply that if you can imitate, you can create, and you can expand the boundaries of knowledge anew. And at least my goals for my AI systems are not just mimicking an act that took place. It's not record and play. It's actually innovate and find and ideate. So yes, to that extent, it does matter.
I agree with you. Let's hear from our other two voices, Karan Joel and Hassan Swaf. Please share your reflections now. You've got your time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think one area of interesting research and study is actually this area of causal inference. And really trying to understand, do our models, are they able to reason counterfactually? So what does that mean? If you think about a grocery store, when they need to decide where to put a new store, they need to make inferences about what's going to happen if you put the store in the middle of the suburbs, do you put it in the middle of the city? And so you're doing all this complex reasoning to try to get to an answer about what it is that your actual utility is out of doing something like that. And we make all kinds of counterfactual inferences every day, right? You're always asking what if questions, like what if I did X instead of Y? This is where we see models not doing very well. So there's been a lot of research recently around trying to study and benchmark our frontier models on whether they're actually capable of doing this type of reasoning. And I think that's like the key bottleneck to be able to actually build really good reasoners is to build counterfactual reasoners, right? Because ultimately that's what tells you that you have a really good model of the world, is that you can answer questions about scenarios that didn't even happen. And if you can do that very consistently, then that gives you sort of a model that's a true world model. So that's one area that I think is quite interesting. And it seems that frontier models today cannot do that very well.
But they are gaining.
They're improving. but slowly but surely, yeah.
Yeah. Hassan?
So the strength of today's large language models is coming actually from building algorithms so that they can actually abstract better. So it used to be that we think about language models like just the prediction of next word, not necessarily something more abstract. And I think this is why some of the large language models, present reasoning capabilities, because they can abstract out the actual form of the words to something more semantically relevant. And I think this is the most important. We are not yet done, I think, in terms of research on how to build these abstraction layers on top of the words which we are reading out of texts. So we're still in the very early days. We're talking still about transformers. There's more things going to come. They're in the pipeline. They're going to be ready for prime time at some point, which can build better abstraction than what we have today. So in essence, while I agree that there is value in symbolic, while I agree that the marriage into logical languages or functional languages might be of value, is of value actually, there is also in the core of how you train the large language model still a lot of space to grow and improve and so forth. We're going to see large language models, even without these extensions, be better and generate value to us.
I agree. Thank you for that. As with all things with artificial intelligence, we start to see the tension with function and philosophy, between looking smart and actually being smart or behaving in a way that really helps us understand how to reason. Let's push further into that distinction in round two. If reasoning requires a model of the world, how close are we to getting there? I think we've sort of touched on that a little bit right now, but let's push further. In the second round, can large models form a general world understanding? And you can take it however you want in terms of vision or just even logic-based. Or are they still pattern matching, which I do think is the basis of where we are today? So, Karan, why don't you start, please?
Yeah, I think I would say we're very far from actually having real world models and reasoners that can actually ingest multimodal information. So the benchmark that I like to use is humans, right? We understand the world in a very rich, multisensory way. We interact with our world at very low latencies, incredibly fast. We're able to process video information, audio information. We're able to actually, if you have touch, all of these different sensors are going into the brain, and we're building a full understanding of our world. Obviously, we've seen with the language models, they're looking at a poor representation of the world, I think, through human text, right? The web is basically a summary of all of the things we know about our world. And we, as humans, have built that summary over the last, millions of years. But it's really powerful to think about what would happen if you could connect AI systems directly to that raw data and those raw signals, and what would be possible if they could actually build representations directly on top of that. Now, clearly today, this is not something we do anything close to, because right now, the best methods that are out there for building these frontier models are taking massive amounts of web text and then pre-training large models on it. We don't even know how to train models on massive amounts of video properly. We don't really know how to deal with long context data or data that's very long streams, right? So we don't actually know how to build a machine that can process a year worth of video data continuously, which is clearly something that as humans you can do effortlessly. So I think all of these challenges are really down to the algorithms, the data, and the architectures that are used to build these models. Now, I'm biased because I spent my PhD working on these new model architectures to be able to solve some of these bottlenecks in long context and multimodal modeling. They're called state-space models, and these are some new things we've been working on. But I do think they're only part of the story, and there's a lot of research to be done to really build models that are getting close to that. But I think it's going to be a big hill to climb.
Thank you. I appreciate that plug for Katisha. Hassan, please follow up if you can.
Happy to. So I was in the shoes of Karen 20 plus years ago, where we basically built hybrid machine translation systems, where we basically took symbolic approaches and machine learned approaches to combine them to build good machine translation systems, which today, I mean, are now, I mean, we don't need as much anymore because we have neural machine translation, or the large language model can actually do translations. What I'm trying to say is, in essence, I believe that world models, I mean, it's a matter of time when we can actually utilize algorithms which we are using for large language models, maybe whatever is going to come after transformers, that they can actually build strong world models. We are today in a situation where we're not there yet. We need to find ways to hybridize until we are there. And for that, these approaches make actually total sense. But in essence, it's not a theoretical problem, it's a practical problem. We need to find ways to build systems which we can use on a daily basis. And hence, I mean, that's what we have. So how close are we that we are actually being able to build something like a child which we put into the world and they learn everything? There's a lot of components which are still missing. We have an idea in which direction it might go. We're talking about embodied AI, we're talking about sensors. I mean, think about a human. How many sensors are we actually utilizing to be where we are, right? And one of the things which all the models which we have today are not good at is that we learn from small amounts of data. We as humans, these big models, they need so much data that this is a challenge. We need to figure out new algorithms to deal with that. Yeah.
And more data, more powerful compute as well.
Yes.
A question for you both. Karen, we'll start with you. If fusion models simulate causality, like the ones you're working on, is that the same as understanding it?
I believe so. I think that I don't think there's anything beyond being able to simulate things perfectly, and if you can do that, then you understand things perfectly. I think Ilya Sutskever had this really nice example of reading a detective novel, and on the last page, if you have the name of the the person who did it in a whodunit, if you can predict that accurately, then did you really understand the whole thing? Yes. So I do think that the core problem is, can we do this at massive timescales? Because a lot of these models, they break down after a while. But I think you can do that. You've built a perfect representation of the world. If we're all happy, we can all go home.
There's a lot to get there.
Yes.
I think just in terms of depth and such. Hassan, if LLMs can predict the world without seeing it, does embodiment, as you've discussed in the past, matter at all?
100%. So as I said earlier, I mean, building sensors to learn from the real world, embodiment is a part of it. We learn through our physical experience in the world and whatnot. So I think this is very important. And I believe that we are actually the best model for what we call today agentic AI, right? I mean, which is a fusion of different models coming together, having some extra elements to make it, having a memory, etc., etc. But this is actually what most likely the learning from the real world is going to be. I mean, and we're going to do reinforcement learning. We're going to learn. I mean, it's not going to be just train the LLM and it is done. It needs to be something which is continuously learning. So embodiment is definitely a core element about us building models which can understand us and deal with, help us in our day-to-day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's bring Amir Hussain and Dr. Abdul Mahmoud back in for quick reflections. Amir, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I think the two core questions, the idea of an AI baby and the idea of a world model. In the world model, one of the things to understand is that there are principles of physics running the world, and one of them is computational irreducibility. What that means is that you cannot compute inside a computer something faster than it would take to do in real life. There are many problems like that. So what that means is that there are natural constraints on your ability to learn from inside a simulated environment. There's also the idea of chaos, which means that for a small change in an initial condition, you might have a drastic change in the outcome condition. So as you're simulating, you might actually end up getting outcomes that are drastically different. So I think I'll just talk about these two constraints, but to say that we can learn the world or we can build a digital twin of the world totally accurately is just contrary to the laws of physics. So what can we do? What we can do is we can get close, and we can get close within reason. We can make measurements that are germane to the problem we want to solve. So first of all, we've got to lower our gaze to a problem that's solvable. The second thing is this idea of an AI baby. It's actually something that 10 years ago I was working on, and at the National Science Foundation, I went and spoke about it. There are lots of approaches that one can take in pursuing something like this. And I think that some form of self-learning creation that is able to segment knowledge based on very, very basic rules that are imbued in that AI entity, that is possible. The question is, how large of a vocabulary can that baby build? For example, a bottle of milk and mother. These two things come together, these pixels move together, there's an association, but how deep can you go with that fact building and how useful can you make that? It's an open question.
Yeah, and then there's also the learning and teaching aspect of how they go, and so versus just ingest and distillation from there. Dr. Mahmood.
Yeah, I think I want to draw the audience's attention to something Hassan said, which is quite powerful actually, about the current frontier models require a lot of training to learn. You've consumed, as intelligent human beings you are today, have consumed a tiny, tiny fraction of that. And I think that's the key bit. World models, fusion, if it can get us closer to solving that efficient learning, I think that will be a big win for everything.
So we seem split between two worlds right now, one that simulates and one that experiences. Which one produces real reasoning? That's where our final round will take us next. Can smarter training and alignment bridge the gap? Hassan, why don't you go from there?
Happy to. So, I mean, like my colleagues here said, I mean, this is a work in progress. We are in the research phase. I mean, there's still a lot of things which can be done. Can smarter training and alignment bridge the gap? Definitely. I mean, smarter training means we need to basically build strategies of learning. And you can do many kinds of strategies of learning. And by the way, not only for the machine, but for the human the same. Like the kid is going to learn. You can go to different kind of schools, and you're going to see the kids flourish here, another kid flourish there, and so forth. Similar to AI. The strategies of learning, the strategies of training, we're still in the early days. We're trying out, and so forth. And you see some of these cool models which are coming out and that are open source. I mean, if I look at, for example, DeepSeek, in my opinion, their strategy is very efficient, and that is actually like a jump forward. Now other people are like replicating and whatnot, but we're still not there yet. I mean, we still can improve much more. Also, we think about training like large language model training. We have now multiple layers of training which we need to account for. I mean, the large language model has to be trained. It's an expensive endeavor, costs a lot of money, but then there is layers of fine-tuning to tasks, defining tasks and basically fine-tuning towards them. And the third level is basically real-time learning by using reinforcement learning, by using imitation learning, etc., which builds another layer. And everything needs to be aligned. Everything has to come from the benchmark. We forget that benchmarking is the core of what we do. We're scientists here, so we all think in benchmarks first before we actually do any training. But that is typically when you're basically on the ground building applications oftentimes people forget that. And they build things which end up being demos, and when it goes live, they fail. So I think there is some learning here also for the people who are building on top of the AI capabilities.
Thank you.
Sorry, it took a little longer.
No, no problem. Amir, would you care to counter?
Yeah, I think that if the question is it more practical to train with data in the conventional way or to acquire knowledge in the real world? As I said in my opening remarks, one of the things we know is that neural networks, given enough data, will converge to an arbitrary level of precision and will answer the question we need them to answer. They'll emulate any function. So we know that there is nothing constraining that. So there's two variables that we have to solve for. One is how much data do we have, and the second is what is the quality of that data. And in many domains, it's not possible to have all of the data available beforehand. It's also not possible to, years ago, when you collected that data, to have known what an embodied artificial intelligence will find relevant. So in other words, there are some elements of measurement, some kind of sensor. That data was missing from the original set. So oftentimes, you take what you have and you try and train a model on it, and you realize that one of the germane elements of data were removed, were never captured. So therefore, I think that capturing data in the real world when you can is very valuable. Work that we've done with the Air Force, work that we've done with power producers, work that we've done with oil and gas companies. In almost all of these circumstances, we found that legacy data goes so far, but really when you fully want to develop a useful AI system, there is an element of let the thing go out and learn and adapt. Embodied AI is the next thing. It's extremely important, and one of the reasons why is it because it can acquire its own data.
Excellent point. There's also so many limitations when it comes down to the type of compute that's required to really enable that kind of thing.
Yep.
A question for you both. Hassan, can alignment systems truly shape understanding or only polish mimicry?
Yeah, so like Abdul said earlier, the boundaries between mimicry and understanding are a little fuzzy, right? I mean, we are all, I think, quite on the same page. Now the question is, what do you define as understanding? And then you can answer the question. So from my perspective, I mean, alignment is going to be important. Something in addition to like alignment to the task is also important, like policy, security, data needs to all be part of the system which we are building. The systems which we are building, which are basically an extended arm of alignment, has to be an extended arm of alignment to keep basically our systems safe and useful. So in essence, I mean, for the one task, it's going to be just mimicry. For the other task, it's going to be real understanding. It's a definition of the benchmark which you need to look into, whether it is the one or the other. So yeah, I'm going to keep it a little open here. Sorry.
That's fair. Amir, if architecture is still limiting cognition, what do you think in terms of breakthroughs are needed next?
I'm a huge believer in neuromorphic computing because today all of the neural architectures are linear algebra based. So the way things work is you've got a bunch of layers and you've put these into GPUs and you basically do a multiplication across layers in serial to get to an outcome. And this is not how the brain works. The brain is able to, for example, fire a neuron in the middle without requiring this end-to-end multiplicative linear algebra process unfolding. And this has many, many problems in the way that we've emulated the brain. One is power consumption. We need now a data center that is less powerful than a brain. A brain uses 20 watts. Our data centers use a nuclear reactor, so completely ludicrous in terms of power usage. Secondly, that fundamental temporality, the idea that a neuron can spike at any point in time, in human brains actually provides a signal. That signal is missing from the current emulated neural network architecture that all of us have been spending hundreds of billions of dollars building. by the way, on GPUs that'll depreciate over 3 years. So the real passion that I have right now is how can we take neuromorphics and make them really, really practical. Pull them out from the realm of academia and research labs, and my partner and I have just launched a company to do exactly that. So we've actually been looking at this problem very deeply, but 20 watts, gigawatts doesn't make sense. Cortical columns, no cortical columns in emulated structures doesn't make sense. And this idea of temporality in synaptic firing being absent from our current models doesn't make sense. I think that's the big opportunity.
Makes sense. We also need a lot more advancements in input sensors to really enable a lot of those types of things.
Sensors everywhere.
Dr. Abdul Mahmood and Karan, maybe some closing reflections from you both.
Yeah, I was going to say the question was smarter training and alignment. And I think smarter training, yes, would lead. I mean, that's a kind of a general statement, and of course, what kind of smarter? And I think with alignment, I don't want to be reductive, but I think I like to think of an analogy for alignment training as almost like teaching manners, teaching what to say. And there could be an illusion where the smartest kid in the classroom, according to the teacher, is the one that's the most well-behaved. That doesn't usually translate into intelligence, although it's correlated. So I think alignment is a dual-use thing, and you can overdo it.
It's an amazing paper that just came out from Thinking Machines on the teacher-student distillation work. Karan?
Yeah, I think we're going to need enormous amounts of compute and hopefully depreciate it over many more years than 3. But I think a lot of these ideas are obviously really interesting, like neuromorphics and so on. I think for me personally, I'm really excited to see how far we can take the backprop deep learning approach, and what kind of changes do we need to make to these deep learning models to make them much more efficient? I do think that these models are 100,000 times less efficient than they need to be, even without moving away from the core paradigm, because of the way that we process and train these models and how we learn over data. So I do think there's a lot of room there, but the experimentation that's required, I'm sure everybody will agree, to actually discover new ideas and discover new approaches requires an enormous amount of energy and compute. And that's necessary to get to the next level.
Thank you so much. So perhaps alignment is a mirror showing how close we've come to reasoning and how far we still need to go. Let's turn to our audience before we close. Please scan the QR code now and vote if you can in your apps. Do today's AI models truly reason, or are they still mimicking human reasoning? Take a moment to cast your vote, and we'll share that sentiment as we move to our final reflections. We'll do this really quickly. Each speaker will have 30 seconds to answer one question. What evidence would make you change your mind? Let's begin with Dr. Abdul Mahmood.
Yes, there's a benchmark, like we all have benchmarks, called ARC-AGI. If there was one to watch, I'd recommend watching that. It's not perfect, but a researcher called Francois Chollet came up with this idea of how can we efficiently learn. They're very easy questions that you could pass, and about 75% of humans are able to pass, 75% of the questions are able to be passed, and AIs in the most the best frontier ones have failed to really surpass the human average. And I would say if we can crack that reliably every single year, then I think I'll change my mind and say they truly reason.
Amazing. Karan, 30 seconds for you.
Yeah, I would love to see a demonstration of a AI system that's capable of reasoning over very long time scale with memory. That's one of the key things that I think would make me feel that we're on the right track. In terms of being able to absorb and learn from information. I think there's a conversation around how much data we use and so on. So I do think that's one of the key things, even if it's in a small simulated game.
Amir?
Long-term reasoning with explainability, verifiability. I mean, these are things that are done in hard sciences today, in mathematics today, and I would pose the same problems and then verify.
And finally, Hassan.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to, every iteration of AI is basically like toppling the iteration before. I experienced now 5 iterations of those. I'm looking forward to someone to come up with an architecture better than transformers. I'm really looking forward to that. My team is working on some of that. to basically allow lesser data, more structured information, and so forth. I'm really looking forward to that. So that would be lovely to see.
Thank you so much. Maybe the real progress isn't in machines acting human, it's in humans understanding what thinking really is. Thank you to our panel, Amer, Karan, Hassan, and Abdul, and thank you for our audience for opening the debate at FII 9 with such clarity and energy. Enjoy the rest of your day here at FII 9. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Hassan.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you so much.
It somehow.
The second one?
The one. After the last one.
I'll keep my phone then.
That's a- One second. Can I get the slides? The script is not.
Yeah. Can I have just the presentation?
Okay. Welcome back to our debate series here at FII 9. I'm Imran Chaudhry. In our first debate, we were asked whether large models truly reason or just mimic reasoning. Now we turn to the question that cuts even deeper and closer to the marketplace. Should the future of AI applications favor broad, general-purpose platforms or deeply specialized vertical agents? It's a divide that's shaping a $300 billion agentic AI economy. According to CB Insight's 2025 report, 37% of AI startup funding now flows to specialized verticals focused on agents, and 45% of enterprise adoption goes to general purpose systems. In other words, capital and customers are marching in opposite directions. And 2025 has been the year of rapid divergence. Apple's Agents in the Wild paper showed that generalist agents excel at creative synthesis, but stumble on industry-specific compliance tasks. Meanwhile, Anthropic's Claude Opus 4 and OpenAI's O series just introduced modular reasoning frameworks that allow general models that plug into specialized APIs, hinting at a hybrid future rather than an either or. At the same time, companies like Domain and Decagon AI are proving that both paths can thrive, one anchored in regulation and sovereignty, and the other in language-native enterprise adoption. So today, we'll test three facets of this: trust, architecture, and market dominance. And we'll hear from our four leaders on stage with me today, shaping that future. Before we start, listen closely to speakers' key arguments. And at the conclusion of the session, we'll take an audience poll and debate what's going on. So let's start here. Question one is really focused on specialized vertical agents that outperform general models in reliability and compliance. Round one is about trust. It's the hardest currency in AI. Arguing for specialization, we have Amir Talwalkar, the CEO of Sequence Security, arguing against Jesse Yang, CEO of Decagon AI. Each speaker will have 2 minutes, and let's get going.
Yeah, so I'll go first. This is Amir Talwalkar, co-founder and CEO at Sequence. I come from a cybersecurity background. Sequence is in the business of securely enabling AI. And what we mean by that is securing the connection between your agents, your LLMs, to your data, and safely enabling that. If you take a lens from sort of that view, a view from that lens, it is really, really challenging. When I work across various Fortune 500, Global 2000 enterprises, the biggest pain point for adoption of AI or agentic AI in the enterprise today is not having any visibility, trust, and security in how the agents are accessing their enterprise data. So if you take that lens, when I meet the CISOs and the CIOs of various companies, about 3 months ago, they had made tremendous investments in various platforms, whether it's OpenAI or Claude or something else, or Anthropic or Gemini. And all those projects had stalled only because of lack of trust, safety, and visibility. Once you look at what is behind that, the different use cases that they're solving, we realize that in certain cases, let's talk about employee productivity. When you look at those agents that are helping employees become more productive, you need a certain set of visibility, control, and safety around those things. Whereas if you're looking at managing certain engineering projects, you have a completely different sensitivity towards trust and safety. The third and the most extreme case I heard was around the CFO and the finance group in this large Fortune 50 company wanting to access sales and customer data in Snowflake and Salesforce and a bunch of other SaaS platforms. That is highly, highly sensitive information. And so absolutely different lens to look at, and therefore different agents to consider based on the trust and safety.
Thank you. Jesse, Decagon's agents span across industries from retail to finance. How do you reconcile scale with governance?
So hey everyone, Decagon, you can think of us as an AI customer service agent. And so by definition, we are a vertical agent in the sense that we only focus on customer service and contact centers. But as Imran pointed out, we're also very horizontal in the sense that we span across different industries. And the way that we think about that is that you have to make it so that the agents are flexible enough to take on different business logic across verticals. But the structure of the problem is still the same because across different verticals, people still care about the same things. Everyone cares about reliability, everyone cares about security, and everyone cares about customization, being able to customize all sorts of different workflows for their agents. And so for us, we're constantly thinking about this, problem of like horizontalness and verticalness, where there are elements of the product that have to be horizontal, and there are elements that have to be vertical. And back to the topic of whether we should generalize or specialize, it really happens on a model-by-model basis. And so overall, our agent is focused on this customer service use case. But if you break down the agent into all the different model calls, there are going to be some model calls where you have to use the generalized models because they're the most intelligent, and you need that intelligence sometimes, right? Like if you have a bunch of instructions, in sequence, and you need to follow all of them, and it's very important to follow all of them at a very high reliability rate, then yeah, maybe you will need to use one of the Anthropic or OpenAI models because otherwise you can't get a level of accuracy. But overall, as your agent stabilizes, you are going to inevitably find other model calls that have to be faster or more performant or cheaper. And that's when specialization matters a lot more. And so for those models, you generally will start fine-tuning. You'll start fine-tuning smaller models. You can get them to the same performance as the bigger models because the use case is a lot more targeted. And so I think when we think about generalization or specialization, generally you want to kind of break up the agent into the different components. And the smaller components, generally, you can specialize more.
Thank you both for that. Let's go for reactions. We'll go to Ulyan Sharka and then Pablo.
Thank you. At Domain, we enable organizations to own AI and not just use it. So I believe that safety and domain specificity actually go hand in hand, because the more you make these models contextualized to the area of application, to the specific industry and use case, the safer they are to use, because they're going to be more precise in how they're behaving. I think a huge upgrade is, of course, moving from models to agents. As it was said, we can now actually leverage multiple models into an agentic system and somehow police these models with policies that will react and reflect on what the agent is doing. And I think a big opportunity there is to invest in evaluation and scoring systems by combining language models and traditional data science so that we can have both qualitative and quantitative scoring before we give an outcome. This makes things much safer.
Pablo?
Yeah, at Happy Robot, we're building the AI operating system for supply chain. So by nature, we're just very focused on a specific vertical. So we really need to understand what matters to the customers. Our platform, though, is very horizontal. We have to support a variety of use cases, from sales to support to operations to payment collections. So really, our focus has been on how do we go deep enough in a customer in a customer system of record to understand the different entities, to speak the customer's language. They talk in shipments, they talk in delivery times. So for them, that trust component, the observability of what's going on at the entity level is really important. They don't care about the token that is being outputted. They don't care about whatever module we've built. We have an agent builder, we have an observability platform, but they ultimately care about their shipments getting delivered. And that's the true visibility for them and the true trust they can put on the system.
Right. So we're finding that even in the verticals, there's some broad spectrum in terms of understanding that needs to go into. Let's move to round two, where we're going to be looking at composability and architecture. Hybrid systems, general cores plus domain plugins will define the next generation of agentic AI. And so round two moves us from trust to architecture. Speaking for hybrid designs, Pablo Palafax, CEO of Happy Robot, is speaking against Ulyan Sharka, CEO of Domain. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. Pablo, Happy Robot's industrial agents already mix planning and language models today. Is this proof that hybrids scale better than pure specialists?
So to give a bit of context, Happy Robot started serving freight brokers, logistics intermediaries in the US. It was a very narrow set of customers. We built voice agents that could negotiate rates. Yes, the agents were negotiating rates, which is something people actually generally ask us to like double check. And when we showed that our agents were negotiating better than humans, that was surprising to them. So we started there. That led us to say, we have to decide between a vertical platform that only does a set of use cases, maybe only rate negotiation for brokers, Or do we also want to support a breadth of use cases throughout the organization? And that's what we went for. We went for building a system that supports the customer in 3 ways. We have the data layer to really understand, again, how the customer thinks about. They think in shipments, in loads. The execution layer, you have to have individual contributors, if you will, AI agents that actually do that AI phone call, that actually call the customer to let them know we're going to be late. And above everything else, you have the intelligence layer, coordinating, really, those AI workers doing the work in the day-to-day so that they improve over time. So we took that approach of mixing a horizontal platform that helps our forward-deployed engineers build use cases really fast, but then verticalized UIs, to put it simply, verticalized dashboards to show our customers, hey, this is how many shipments we delivered today. Oh, this is how many issues we had today. And we're positioning the human as the guardian of exception, which is just a fancy way to say the AI agents do the mundane and repetitive work. The humans get the issues. They get the edge cases. They get the pieces that are truly hard to solve for like an AI.
So you still have humans in the loop, which is probably going to be the way for quite some time. Ulyan, Domain's Coliseum 355B, which I love in terms of the name, it's just fantastic, was built explicitly for regulated domains. Why can't a modular architecture simply absorb that domain expertise?
So when we specialize these models, we usually think of one task or a few tasks, and we end up with a governance problem. So in a modular architecture, we tend to have a system that is serving, let's say, a department which has 50 tasks. Then we would need 20 models to achieve that. So to some extent, organizations need their own level and concept of general intelligence. And let's remember that we got here with this Gen AI revolution thanks to the scaling laws. That is scaling up, not scaling down. So as much as we can optimize models to become more efficient, we still need to have models that are big enough, that are able to deliver that level of general intelligence, and also that enable companies to have one model that can solve multiple use cases, because we believe that the correlation power of the transformer is much more powerful than having multiple small models that do retrieval and manage that at the software level. So this is like thinking software 2.0 versus software 3.0.
Right, right. Let's go to reactions. Amia and Jesse, let's give you 1 minute each to react. Why don't we start with you?
Yeah, and I was having this argument with a few people earlier in the month, and I think we are going to follow a reverse pattern of what has happened, let's say, in a smartphone industry, where before the smartphone, everybody was using a camera separately, a phone to do things differently, browsers and machines to surf the web. All of that collapsed into a generic agent, if you will, that is a smartphone. I think on the AI side, we are going in the reverse direction. We have been given very generalized platforms from these LLM providers, and now we are building specialized agents to do specialized tasks. So I do see a world where eventually the steady state will be, we will have a hybrid system where you have generic platforms to do most of the things, but for certain specialized tasks and objectives, you have to build specialized LLMs as well as agents.
Makes sense. Jesse?
Yeah, I think the hybrid model is a little bit inevitable, because if you think about how enterprises make decisions, there's always the exploratory phase first, and so that's when you use the big models and you might as well leverage all the intelligence you can to see if a use case works. But once it does work, there's a lot of pressure from both the business or competitors or whatever to keep pushing the performance up, and so that means decreasing price, increasing or decreasing latency, and making sure that you can just churn out these use cases at a higher scale. And so that will force a lot of large organizations to specialize parts of the agent. And there might be parts of the agent that can't be specialized, and so you keep those on the general models. But in general, you want to be in a spot where you can specialize certain portions of it, and so that's why you end up with more of these hybrid systems. And yeah, I do think that that's just where the industries are going to settle around in, because there's just such pressure to make things go fast. And voice agents is a good example of that. When we deal a lot with voice agents, and to make those work well, you need the latency to be good. So yeah, I think big fan of hybrid.
Thank you. Let's turn our focus to market adoption and business traction. General purpose AI platforms will capture more market share and enterprise adoption than specialized solutions. At least that's the current thinking. Our final round turns to the economics, the ultimate referee, arguing for general platforms, Jesse from Decagon AI, arguing against Amia from Sequence Security. Each speaker will have 2 minutes, and we'll start with Jesse. Jesse, Decagon's valuation soared to 1.5 billion. Does that signal generalization as the dominant economic model?
Yeah, so I think it really just depends on the industry. I mean, my view is that in our industry, call centers, customer service, just all customer interactions, almost all the big players end up being very generalized or horizontal. And the reason for that is that there is more shared between different verticals than there is specialization. And so you gain more from having a platform that is at scale, proved that it can do a lot of volume and just works just across the board. And so as a result, how our industry has typically worked in the past is that, yeah, maybe people start out vertical, but eventually there's consolidation and the big players kind of take over in a horizontal way. I don't think that's true of all industries. I think it's just, in our space, that's just how it is. And so then our job becomes, okay, how do you maintain a generalized system while still giving people the flexibility to build on customizations for the things that they do want to specialize in, right? So for example, our customers in financial services will want different things than our customers that are airlines, but generally the problem they're trying to solve is the same. And so our job is to make it so that they can go in and customize things very easily. And one of the things that's made us successful so far is that we've kind of come up with a new format to make the customization very easy. And we call the format Agent Operating Procedures, or AOPs. And it's kind of like an SOP, but for the AI. And so you're able to really describe, almost like an instruction manual, how the AI should behave. And that makes it a lot easier to do the specialization and give people the tools to be flexible. And so, I mean, yeah, overall, I would say that our approach of kind of being horizontal and generalized has been good so far. But again, I think it is specific to our space. And so when you do take that strategy, it's just very important to give people the ability to customize. Because even within a certain vertical, like even one bank versus another bank, they might have generally the same use cases, but the way they want to implement those use cases are going to be very different. And so they're going to have to write very different AOPs. And that's our job as a platform to make that happen.
Thank you. Right on time as well. Amia, it seems like regulators and CISOs are gravitating towards specialized solutions for traceability. Is generalization a luxury they can afford?
I think I've given that view already in my first sort of remark in the first round. I do believe, so if you look at agentic AI and the adoption, first sort of wave was around customer success, customer support, customer happiness, if you will. The second wave has been around GTM functions, sales and marketing, how you can do things more efficiently. And the third is around productivity and productivity gains. I do see now, I'm fortunate to work with several large retail customers where they're now talking about agentic commerce and ability for their customers to do commerce using agents. If you look at those different buckets, the regulatory and compliance requirements for agentic commerce is a whole world different than serving customer success when they have a problem with your product. Similarly, I'd give an example of finance group accessing data that is very sensitive in nature. So we do see from a regulatory safety compliance reason, the vertical agents with different security models and safety controls is going to be the model for a period of time.
Thank you. Let's go to reactions. Pablo and Ulian, let's do 1 minute each.
So we're seeing a different type of scale for horizontal and general intelligence and vertical intelligence, also in terms of numbers. For example, we're discussing transformational projects with governments that are worth 100 million plus. So you can actually scale vertically and go deep into these huge transformational projects. So I think from our experiences that if you are in the business of providing vertical agents, you cannot afford to not have a horizontal platform as well, because customers want to customize them. If you are in the horizontal general intelligence type of business, then you can go to market and build a huge business without needing these vertical agents. But if you come from the top, you need to actually open your platform as well, because expectations are very high and people want to customize things more than ever.
Thank you. Pablo?
I agree with Jesse's point on this depends on the industry, right? And every one of the enterprises that we serve today has a slightly different workflow. We might be working with a logistics provider that focuses on a certain type of freight. How do you marry that verticalization for that industry with the specialized operation of that one customer, let's say DHL versus FedEx? No, like they might have different approaches to how they do work. So for us, how we envision our AI operating system is you have those individual contributors, again, those AI agents doing the work, those that swarm of AI agents, really. And those are specialized by nature. They have to do something very specific. But then you marry that with a layer that orchestrates. That's a little bit of that horizontal play as well, where you have, like a head of AI, like AI head of operations, AI head of sales, AI head of procurement. Those orchestrate the network and they improve the individual agents.
Thanks, Pablo. As we move to closing the lightning round, we welcome the audience to weigh in on the motion. So get your phones out and get ready to cast your vote. Should be a QR code that you can actually, great. So now for the lightning round closers, 20 seconds each. What would make you change your mind about what we've been discussing? Let's go from Amia to Pablo, and then we'll go to Ulyan to Jesse.
Yeah, again, my point of view is if we're able to, in a generalized model, manage the trust and safety of different data and its sensitivity to the need of the regulatory authority of a given region or given business, if you're able to manage that and create sort of different streams of security and guardrails around these interactions, I think that will convince me that we can go to a generalized platform.
Okay, Pablo.
Customers. No, like if a customer tells us, really, what we are doing here is we're trying to reimagine how work gets done in the physical world. We're very focused on that vision. We want to rethink how work gets done in supply chain and physical operations. But obviously, open to feedback from customers, and we've heard that feedback many times. Hey, can you let me also build my own use case, which essentially means can I have people build agents with a general platform, but can you also help me figure out the specifics of how things are getting done in my operation today? So it's that marrying that hybrid approach, that's really how we see the world.
Very precise. Ulyan?
I think companies need to become AI businesses. This is going to be crucial for their freedom to operate. So whether that is general intelligence or vertical intelligence, you need to own the model. Baking your data into a model is like baking sugar into a cake. It's a chemical process. You cannot get it back. This means that you are exporting your company to these models if you don't own them. Then how you use them is just a matter of use case.
Thank you. Jesse, final marks.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can also look at how the general models improve over time versus the open source ones. And if the general ones continue improving at a faster rate, then I think it's hard to imagine a world where things specialize too much. But over time, as the open source ones get better, and as the use cases, in our use cases, if the pockets where we still need generalized models now can be done well by open source models, then you can start specializing more.
Thank you all. Let's see how the audience reacted to the core motion. Generalization or specialization, which path dominates? Wow. Are we surprised by that? No?
We have a future here as companies that are trying to specialize these models, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that that's the path we're going in right now. Thank you to our speakers, Amia, Pablo, Ulyan, Jesse, and to our audience for a great conversation. If round one was about how AI thinks, this round was about how it builds. As we head to round three today, we'll turn to governance and societal impacts of all these systems. Thank you again, and enjoy the rest of FII 9.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I think we're not gonna.
We can do that.
Hello, everyone. Just testing. No worries. That's the main guy here.
Should we get going? Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, looks like we're up and running. Good morning and welcome back to debate series here at FII 9. In our final round, we turn to one of the most polarizing questions in AI today. Should powerful open source AI models, well actually should they be open source? Those capable of reasoning, generation, and replication, should they be banned to prevent catastrophic misuse? I think that is the topic today. The stakes are enormous. In 2025, McKinsey study found that open source AI contributed to 40% of global AI advancements, from faster drug discovery to climate modeling. Yet it was also linked to 25% of misuse incidents, totaling 1 trillion in economic damage. So the question is clear. Do we protect innovation by keeping it open or protect our society by locking it down? Joining me for this debate are Mark Minovich, President of Going Global Ventures, Nick Lines, co-founder and co-CEO of Flawless AI, and William Douglas, Chairman and CEO of Illusions. So let's get started, maybe with the opening topic. I think we can kind of freestyle this one. Maybe start with Nick. What's your position in terms of should models be open or should they be locked down?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I think important. I think the truth of the matter is it's about throttling. There's the grayscale here is grayscales upon grayscales. I think it's been talked about that that sovereign has to be open, and I completely agree with that. And creating those kind of open ecosystems and without a reliance on the big tech companies. However, the idea of banning something like an open source model, I don't think there's even a practicality that's even possible there. I think ultimately you're going to drive these things underground. I think there's even black market is perfectly capable of being able to handle these kind of models and basically providing them, and then you're in a completely different world. And we've seen that over history so many times where something's been banned because we're basically a little bit scared of it, and appropriately scared, because at the end of the day it's I think what we're dealing with is it's so many questions, and I think very much a question in AI is that what's the risk reward, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think when we're humans, we're continuously making that. Every single day we're walking on here, and you're going to risk reward, etc.
That's right.
And I think we're working in the artistic side of AI in the entertainment space, and we're continuously assessing, how far do we go? We chose to basically curate and buy all of our own data for our models, because in our world that was basically the right calculation from risk reward, etc. And it felt like the ethical thing to do to work with artists. I think in this respect, it's there is potentially a huge impact. I read the McKinsey report, and if I'm being perfectly honest with you, I'm a bit skeptical about basically the assessment of the true impact of open source on the kind of damage that we've been talking about. But I think finally, one of the things that seems to me, I'd love to know how much of that innovation using those open source came from industry, from a lot of people collaborating and spending money. Isn't it a case basically where we could have some kind of throttled release where basically we've got a refinement layer that's industry, where industry are bringing in experts?
Let's talk specifically about bans on open source AI. Can they be enforced or are they symbolic? Let's go to Mark for remarks.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. Whoever made it to our session, kudos to you. And this is an open session. We're talking about open source. I stand firmly today against banning anything. You don't want to ban AI, new models, new creation, but especially open source, because banning open source will create chaos, complete chaos in the marketplace. And what we're after progress. We want innovation. We want transparency. The world could have banned internet, right? Internet was also open, even though DARPA, the United States DARPA was very involved in creation. But we didn't ban this. We didn't ban Linux. And so of course there's going to be some level of misuse. But bottom line is we want trust and we want transparency. And as my colleague mentioned, I agree. In the world of sovereignty, of sovereign AI, you can't start building blocks of AI models with closed systems. You could only do it with open. So if we are going to ban it in one country, United States banned it, it doesn't mean China will ban it. It doesn't mean Korea will ban it. So we got to be all on open playing fields. I think that open source is so crucial for the world. One, for research and education. One, for governments. The governments could use it as a building block for sovereignty and sovereign AI. And the world is missing trust. It's missing transparency on AI. When you look at the products like Mistral, when you look at the products like Llama from Meta, you think Meta is a private global company, but they have open source systems. When you look at other companies that are employed, those are next generation models that researchers and intellectual property people, so we have a huge potential. We should not ban it, we should look forward to it, and we should contribute.
Thank you, Mark. Is there an argument, and we'll open this up to anyone, for arguing for restrictions or enforceable bans? I'm guessing, do you think there's an argument for the other side, William?
I think there's a middle point. So I don't think it's binary, one side or the other side. That's clear. It can't be banned. And that cow's already out of the barn in any event. But I do think when you contemplate the idea of innovation and open source and how AI is actually being adopted for large enterprises, there are restrictions. The limitations on data access alone serve as a huge restriction and a huge barrier to the whole open source development, right?
Yes.
So I think in reality, there are bans. I mean, when Aramco's Ventures is sitting in one of these labs saying, we realize we have 40 years of data and some of the best industrial data in the world.
Sure.
They're treating that as a proprietary asset.
Right.
And so there's, I think on the one hand, the open source is going to continue to be available. Whether or not it actually drives innovation as it's thought of remains to be seen. And there are other unforeseen barriers beyond government involvement that will impede that process.
So I just want to comment, if I could just interject for a minute. I think when you look at the study, well, my colleague says that open source doesn't, maybe not enough data. I think there is data coming from McKinsey that they're saying just on generative AI, an open source generative AI could contribute $4.4 trillion and they could block all sorts of barriers to capture growth. And also there is a study at Georgetown, a study that I wrote down, and that open source study basically says it does reduce entry-level costs, it does empower startups that don't have money to purchase or pay licenses, it helps universities, it helps developing countries. And by the way, even better proof, a CBI Insights, which is an analytics firm in New York, it covers the world, it's basically saying open systems, so open AI, not open AI, Sam Altman's company, different open AI, it's proof, 70 plus firms, startups, real startups that are growth oriented already, that have received funding, are proof of this secure ecosystem of open source AI. So we have proof there. Secrecy does not do it. Borrowing AI AI from closed systems does not make us safer. It makes us slower. So I argue that innovation, tremendous innovation, comes from open source.
Thank you, Mark. Nick, what do you think?
I think I completely agree with Mark as well. That, you know, we're talking about this kind of open environment. We're talking about one of the things we've been talking a lot about in earlier sessions is, you know, this whole idea of startup, in this whole idea of growth. There has to be like an ecosystem to be able to support. Because the longer that we go on, the harder it is going to be for people to be able to get into the world of AI. Like data, if you want to, like we had to take a route where we had spent many millions on buying our own data. You know, there's not many people basically have the ability to do that. We had to do that outside of VC funding. And so I'd say that we were super anomalistic.
Yeah.
But the truth is that like, there's also a big question that I think, you know, you can obviously lean towards the side of open and that's sort of the utopian kind of, and what we all hope. And I don't think I think it's going to be a mix, of course, as basically things progress.
Sure.
But I think in both open and closed environments, you've still got the question of basically ownership of the data that's being used. It's not something that gets talked about a lot, but like coming from basically like AI and entertainment, like there is basically a lot of people's IP that is sitting in those existing data sets that is still yet to be decided who owns that. Like I think we take the position that the artists haven't sold their life's work just because they performed in one film, for example. And I think that those are kind of questions that have to also, it's not just about open or closed. It's like, you know, what data is basically both of those kind of models using.
Yeah. There are those that argue that certain data sets, like you were saying, proprietary, do allow for certain types of capabilities that allow deeper learning. And there's some sovereigns that actually feel that way too, and they want to protect their models in that regard.
Yeah.
I'm on the other side in terms of openness, but maybe...
Well, most sovereigns feel that way.
That's right.
And it is a utopian view that we're going to drive this massive innovation because and only because it's open source, when the data barrier is very, very real. And you know, I wouldn't debate.
Okay, that's a bonus point, came in, bonus point.
But I wouldn't debate its benefit to academia or benefit to society. I wouldn't debate that at all. But it's really about how much more quickly the innovation can occur and how close are we to those barriers today. And I think we're closer than we think. And the data barrier is very real. And the more AI proliferates, the more people see value in their data.
Yeah.
And the harder that data is to get to.
Right.
Yeah, and I want to say, if I can, Bill mentioned this, I do think that this whole topic today is about safeguarding. Whether we're safeguarding closed systems or open systems, transparency is so required. You know, how could you invest in the country, for example? How could you invest in any company when it's not transparent? You know, so what open source systems allow you to do is they allow you to do public auditing. And it's so crucial. Public auditing is so crucial because there you understand biases, or the lack of biases. You understand vulnerabilities. You understand malicious intentions. And they're all detected early. So I believe the studies that are being done by Stanford, by World Economic Forum and others, that transparency is the biggest safeguard that we have, whether it's open or closed, as you mentioned. And right now I see closed models have caused more harm to the real world because they have biases that are hidden. We don't know those biases. Decision-making process is hidden. At least on open source, we know the decisions. We have a little bit of explainability, and we could uncover those biases. So for me, the biggest safeguard is transparency.
So is enforcement a policy illusion, or can we actually contain runaway code in a boundless digital world? Let's move our focus on to, do bans hurt innovation more than they harm? And I think we do know that there's a strong opinion here. But I think the big question really is around how do we actually contain it? So maybe Nick, how can we contain harmful?
I think containing it, I think, I don't think it's possible to sort of fundamentally contain. I think it's not a black and white situation where you can say, okay, tomorrow basically we're not going to have these models. But I think there's Mark mentioned Meta, actually. I think it's a really good example of basically, it's mostly open, right? In that basically, they're creating the ecosystem in the same way that like Sovereign can basically have a mostly open environment and can give enough power to people to create their own, with their own products or own services and whatever else they want to discover, innovation, etc. I said, but I think the thing is one of the throttles seems to be, to me, to be investment, because you can't just take one of these models and just like turn up to it and just invent the cure for cancer. Right, there's the reality, and this is sliding spectrum. You can create potentially IP that might be worth a lot of money, but but when a lot of the innovation that's talked about in the McKinsey report, I think what we're talking about is industry having to invest a lot of money over a period of time with a lot of people. And I think to some degree, if you could limit the access, just throttling certain access, that basically means that the recreational user, inverted commas, or the sort of malign user, isn't basically able to have quite the access to be able to cause. And that's, again, it's not an exact solution, but there are mechanisms in that grey area where possibly basically certain restrictions could be applied.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got to say, this question is a very important question that you just raised. How could you pause a block and put all the safeguards, whether it's open source or closed? I think the bottom line is it's not prudent. It's just not smart to do it. I've seen scientists, the leading scientists in the world, signing papers and saying, let's pause all the research for AGI, for example. That's a foolish step. If this is being done in France, that means the United States is going to get ahead. China is going to get ahead. Saudi Arabia is going to get. So you really can't do this. And again, I want to emphasize this again. Open source is national strategic imperative for every country. And you cannot put pause on national strategic imperative by any measure, because we don't want to necessarily have foreign entities or large multinationals or leading what we call Magnificent Seven, okay, and I'm part from that region. We don't want them to be, we don't want to come in from single vendor technology and saying this is a solution, especially governments. The governments, not only they have to verify, they have to trust, and they have to trust on both sides. And the trust is because open source potentially will be used in defense, in energy, in infrastructure, in medical, in healthcare. It's really important. So I think from sovereignty point of view, again, we cannot cede innovation and leadership right now. So no pausing. I think safeguards, misleading. I think transparency is the biggest one. That's my answer.
Thank you. William, the promise of open source models in terms of breakthroughs for medical and climate seem to be really palpable. What are the risks of delays in that from the types of things that we've just been discussing? Holding back, not allowing things to be...
Well, I mean, if you take, just in the first instance, take medical in the United States, those records are not readily available to all the potential companies that could use them to innovate with AI. And the idea that we're going to be in this open source world where everyone has access to everything, it's just not reality. Yeah. And I don't believe it ever will be reality. I think whoever gets to they have a meaningful edge, whatever the vertical market is, it's going to stay closed. It's going to get commercialized. We're seeing that already. There's other walls that are being built around this. So you look at the hyperscalers. Why are we in a tool market today? Why do they market tools? Why do they only talk about agents? And I'll tell you very simply, it serves their commercial environment. And sure. I don't think those are sustainable edges. I don't think a lot of those tools are being implemented. I think companies that invested heavily in data science and saw little, if any, returns are exiting those investments, and it's evolving. And and don't get me wrong, Mark, I believe in open source, big time. I believe in the utopian ideal of open source. There's a practical reality to whether or not it can be achieved, and that's kind of where it gets tough for me.
Bill, so I agree with you. I think in some situations, you need closed systems, especially when you need quality assurance, you need support from global brands that will support you in case of any crisis management. But also, we have to allow the world, the emerging economies that are emerging, to be part of the story. if we constantly say, oh, it's complex, we don't know how we could let this data out or put everything out, I think lots of countries around the world are going to be laggards. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to open the playing field. And at the same time, we think that innovation could come from both. It could come from closed but most important thing that I just want to mention is if we go only on closed systems and we disregard and remove the open source, the world will be full of biases, and biases is not responsible AI. We're all for responsible AI.
Thank you, Mark. We can see the core divide here, whether openness is good for our public or it's a public hazard. Round 3 is gated around the release and the compromise between safety and progress. Our final round asks, if bans are too crude, can gated release, tiered access, auditing, and licensing balance safety and progress? Nick, why don't we go to you to hear your thoughts first?
Yeah, I think that was really the point that I was making in the last round, which is, I think that, having this ability to be able to understand basically who's going to be using it, how they might be using it, understand how we can gate it possibly and tier it possibly. Again, there is no exacts here, and I think that it's back to what Mark says, the transparency that's important here is it is absolutely vital. We do need basically open and closed. We do need those ecosystems to sit alongside each other. There needs to be, just like with any healthy natural ecosystem, there needs to be basically a number of living organisms within any particular ecosystem, right? It's the same with these models.
Yes.
And I think that the truth is, I think that's the challenge, is basically understanding the actual environment properly, understanding how to potentially try to gate it. There is going to be basically leakage, that's a fact, but it's also, again, back to, how much you want to throttle that, basically, that progress against that risk. And I think that, the truth of the matter is that, I think we can throttle pretty hard on progress and mitigate quite a lot of the risk.
Why don't you touch on the ethical safeguards that are at play here as well? What are your thoughts there in terms of how
the responsible AI? And
yes.
Ethics,
yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I can only really, from my perspective, very specifically coming from, like I've said, from the art side of AI,
yes.
We're working with artists, providing artists tools to create and to basically, ultimately in film, to be able to hugely reduce production costs.
With regards to copyright, that debate goes
100%,
on. Yes.
right? And so right from day one, we were of the opinion, well, hold on, my business partner's a film director. I wrote a script to get into actually this thing. After being in technology, I wrote a script. It was so I'm passionate about this whole world. And we were like, well, hold on a minute. We're not going to be able to steal the art from our customers, then put them into a model and then somehow regenerate and pass that back via tooling and say, well, we've now stolen from you, but we'd now like you to basically pay. So from our perspective, that's important. I think what people aren't identifying is that in so-called ownership of data, there was never conceived deeper rights. And so, for example, just in a film, for example, just to finish, you've basically got the biggest investment that has ever been made in film by the studios, but the biggest investment that's ever been made by the artists in those films, as the biggest creative contribution was made by the artists. They don't fundamentally apparently own any of those data sets.
Right.
I think that's a big question that's going to be starting to unfold in the next couple of years.
Mark, to counter that, I think continuing the argument for open access, why don't you share your thoughts there?
Well, I think that actually, to be honest, close to open, you mentioned you posed a question regarding ethics. It's very important, but I think you got to build, whether it's open or closed, you got to build with certain values. And I think it's very important to build with, there are two worlds right now in AI. There's really two worlds. It's the world of the United States and what we're doing with the open stack that we're providing to the rest of the world. And there's a world that is coming from China, even though I think it's a fantastic set of technologies, but it has a set of different values. And I think that in open source, it all becomes very clear. I think we have to focus on building it on democratic values that are explainable, that are fair, and are very transparent. And all of those factors, explainability, transparency, fairness, democratic values, are critical for us to build proper open models. And that's much more than responsible AI. I think also open models will allow you to do more to help to make sure that we are aligning the models, the next generation models, with human-centric design. Human-centric design is really critical because in closed models, like in Sam Altman's world with OpenAI, you really don't know what kind of things are going to come up, which will not necessarily help humanity. In open source, I think you have a clear understanding how it's aligned with human set values of what together with the United Nations, I defined something called planetary AI. I think it will help the planet. Open source will help the planet a lot more. But bottom line is we need fairness. We need to make sure that it's democratically and good values and explainable. And if those key things are there from open source or closed, we're in good shape. If they're not there, we're going to collapse.
Thank you, Mark. I like the idea of planetary AI and the human-centric approach. William, what are your thoughts on the ethical side and gatekeeping and even some of the things that Mark's talking about with regards to...
Look, I think there's a compelling argument for safeguards, but how would you implement them? How would you enforce them? So I think it's in large part hypothetical. I love the world Mark describes. I just don't see things rolling out that way. The idea of transparency in the models alone. I mean, you're actually talking about the essence of open versus closed, right? And I believe you're going to see a greater evolution in closed because I don't think the dream of innovation that was wrapped around open, at least in the sectors that I'm involved in, is occurring. Certainly not the way McKinsey or Accenture or others pitched it. So, but I love Mark's view of the world, I believe in it. I believe in it. I just...
No, I support your view also. I think there's a room for both open and closed. Yeah. There's room for both.
Yeah, that's a balance there. Any thoughts on that in terms of how you might enforce that?
I think
we might need a creative side to take a look at it.
Yeah, I just don't think that. I just agree with what Bill and what Mark are saying is that I don't think there's an enforceable mechanic here.
Yeah.
I think that the truth is. I think we're also somewhat protected in that. I think a lot of innovation will come from the closed environment where there's basically a lot of funding, etc. There's entirely need for the open, for that transparency. I love the idea of the planetary, human-centric as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily too utopian, but I think that we seem to be going in the direction of verticalization. That basically, so industry specialists that are sitting alongside a lot of these large models, which fits perfectly within the open and the closed environment. Yeah. And I think there's going to be a lot of innovation will sit where a lot of the money gets invested, which I think will still be a lot in the private world. So I think that so to some degree that there's some hedging basically there.
I am very concerned just to that point. I'm very concerned in the world right now that the closed models, the ones that we see right now, OpenAI, but not only OpenAI, are not necessarily aligned with human-centric version of AI that we are intending for humanity. There are lots of things there that we don't understand, we can't control because they're closed, and it doesn't really support the human-centric model. Yeah. At least a company like Anthropic, again, I'm not picking on them, even though maybe not completely open or closed, I think it's a hybrid. They designed something called constitutional AI, saying that we're going to put safeguards on what you can or cannot do in our platform. I think that's important. If we're going to do closed models, we at least have to put some sort of a constitution of what's possible and not. Otherwise, this is going to be also complete chaos.
Quick comment.
Yeah, just very quick comment is that basically I literally couldn't agree more with Mark in that respect. If we have a couple of individuals with these super powerful models, I do not trust what they're going to do.
And that brings us to the central question of this session, not how to stop AI, but how to guide it safely. I think we've got an audience poll here. There's a QR code that we can pop up here in a moment. And if you can reach into your smartphones and pull up this QR code and vote on the question today is, should powerful open source AI models without safeguards be banned to prevent catastrophic misuse? Take a moment to cast your votes right now, if you will. We'll display the results shortly as we move on to our closing reflections. We've got closers for 3 minutes. Each speaker will get 30 seconds. Maybe we'll do a minute, actually, because it's such a great conversation that we're having up here. What would you what would make you change your mind if you have a certain position right now on the open source and openness of AI versus control?
I think that's
Start
probably,
there. What would make you change your mind, Nick?
and that's one of the questions. I think that I think we'd have to be very careful about changing our mind. I think what we've talked about up here is the fundamentals, and I think we're going to have a bit of a bumpy road with certain things. The media is going to make a big song and dance about some things that happen and not necessarily about all the benefits that are happening. And I think we need to basically take more of the average of basically what is the opinion, at least I believe, that's been represented on this stage, and have some like steadfastness around that. Because when something does happen and when there's a big song and dance made about it, is that there is a risk that basically we start basically deviating from basically the sort of the more overarching course. So I'd say that basically that's my advice, would be let's be ready for basically where there is going to be some things, because we're going to go through a lot of positives and some probably negatives. Let's not basically necessarily lose the course that we think is the right one because of anomalistic situations.
Mark, what are your thoughts there?
So I just want to
Sorry.
to close this very quickly. I think history is on the side of openness always. We didn't secure internet by banning open protocols. We didn't secure banking by banning encryption or cryptography. We're not going to secure AI by banning anything. The answer isn't fear. I think it's collective responsibility, but it's collective responsibility within your enterprise and within your government. Don't look for international institutions like United Nations to solve anything. They cannot. I think it's just collective transparency of people. We need transparency. We need audits. We need to make sure that it's shared between all of us. And I think if we ban open source AI, we're going to ban participation by the people, by the common people, and we can't do that. Then it's going to get even worse, because the AI will be in the hands of few corporations, in few governments, and nobody will have a chance, and that's a catastrophe. So we want safer world, we want accountable world, we want free, and we want that for our AI. AI now represents the big chunk of the global economy, and we want to make sure it is safe, it is accountable, it is free. Because if it's one more thing which is dangerous than open AI or open source AI is the world where only few control that. And we don't want that world where few control it. We want to spread it out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really difficult to change your mind on this. Let's give you 2 minutes, William, to state your position.
I have to be honest with you. There's not much that I can add to this conversation at this point. What I would finish on is AI for the good of people is what we should all be working on. I think the more that's heard, the more effort we all put into it, the more likelihood that we'll get there. And the open source, closed source, I mean, that's really not an argument anymore. We are in an open source world, right? How it evolves from here remains to be seen. And I think the open source models they're less useful than many of the closed source models, but we'll see what happens. In any event, I enjoyed it. Thank you both.
3 rounds, 1 question that just won't go away. And yeah, I think we're formulating an opinion on it just right now in terms of what's actually going to stay and what's going to go. We'd love to turn to the audience. Can you get your final votes in for where you feel you might stay on this position?
I apologize greatly. I got to run to another session, but it was great to be here, and thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Look at this poll here. So we're looking at.
Wow.
Yeah, no, keep them open.
Keep them open. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Great work, moderator. Great work. I really enjoyed it.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
So thank you again for Mark. We've got William and Nick. Appreciate all of you and all your insightful thoughts this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Ah. Close. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us for this last day of content. Today, we're going to be talking about how to bring deep tech projects to fruition throughout the world. And we have an extraordinarily interesting group of people. And I would love for them to take a moment each, a couple of minutes each, to describe their roles and their journeys and how they fit into this landscape of bringing transformational products to industrial scale. And I'd like to frame this in the context of 5 years ago, we set out to build a firm around this idea of AI in the physical world. And everybody we went to see said, what's AI? And we don't know what you're talking about. And then ChatGPT had its moment and everybody's like, oh, AI is going to write my email. And we're like, no, we're going to build things that control industrial processes. We're going to build advanced operating systems for robots. We're going to bring autonomy to a whole host of new domains. We're going to revolutionize supply chain and logistics. And people are still squinting, kind of going, what, maybe? And now the companies are maturing. We're seeing this come to fruition. One of the biggest challenges is there is often a giant gap between what a founder has to say and the ability to diligence that, whether that is a new compound, whether it's a new semiconductor process, whether it's a new service for oil and gas. And yet, at the same time, you have Jensen getting up on stage at the NVIDIA annual meeting and saying, the physical world is going to be the most important expression of AI that will exist for the next 25 or 30 years. And this esteemed panel of people is creating those changes, is creating that environment, and in large part has crossed that chasm, has navigated that gap. And so what I will start with, Arij, to describe a little bit about where you are and what you do and how you came to be on this stage.
Thank you so much. So I'm Arij Al-Shakar. I'm the CEO of BE Ventures. It's Babco Energy Ventures. It's the venture arm of the National Oil Company in Bahrain. Newly established. It's just a year old, actually, and we've been in active kind of deploying and looking at different technologies that we can help implement on our current business units, whether it's in our refinery, our upstream business, our retail businesses, and then also how we can help support our energy transition and decarbonization goals. And so, technology is always that famous buzzword that everyone talks about, but for us, it's how are we able to effectively look at technologies that can help, create dollar value for us, but also strategically help support, create efficiencies for our operators, for the people who are out on the fields, and really look into the future on how we can really, be kind of like a sandbox for the region as we look at new energy technologies to help spread across, the GCC.
I have so many questions for you. Jan, you are the European representative here. Talk a little bit about what you're working on, and then we'll come back to some specific questions about Europe.
So hi, I'm Jan. I'm the CEO of Future Energy Ventures, pan-European venture capital manager. I'm investing into energy since 2002, so a long time ago. I've experienced the early days of PV, wind, and all this kind of asset classes. But what we are really focusing on in Future Energy Ventures is the intelligence layer of the energy transition. And what we see right now in Europe is there's coming more and more renewable into the system. Some days we have 150% of energy, we could serve 150% of the energy demand, which is created. And we need a lot of intelligence, artificial intelligence, foundational models which help us to understand the weather better, which help us to algo trade in the markets and so on and so forth. We are really focusing on that type of investments, including the electrification of buildings and transportation, which is a huge part of the energy transition. If you connect all the dots together, then you have a decentralized energy system in the very end. And we are supporting deep tech companies since 2016, and happy to share my views about due diligencing.
Amazing. And Bruce is not the grandfather of venture capital in Saudi Arabia, the corporation. He's just not. I'm certain of it. Do you think? No.
Well, they started first, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, Bruce.
Yeah, I'm not going to make any claims like that. But good morning, everyone. Bruce Niven. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Aramco Ventures. So I've been with Aramco for 14 years since we started the VC program here. It's now 7 billion under management, and we have, I would say, sort of three main areas where we invest, or three main programs. We invest in technologies, much like Origi, where we can deploy in the company for operational benefit. We have a large sustainability program, which is both for operational decarbonization and also developing new energy businesses. And then our Prosperity 7 program, which is quite unusual for a corporate VC. It really functions more like a private VC. So investing in digital and deep tech, and with a sort of long-term diversification objective for the company. We're a global group, so we have people on the ground, obviously here in Saudi, where we're headquartered, but in the US, Europe, China. We're also opening now in India as well.
Amazing. So one of the challenges, particularly working in energy, is that prospective investments at scale are going to require a large amount of capital. This is not something that, we're going to put $3 million in and get to some commercial agreement. So as you think about the diligence process, how do you get comfortable with the idea that, okay, we're going to make a beachhead $10 million investment, but this project is going to cost $400 million to get to scale and then need to be replicated? Arij, do you have a thought on that?
So, I mean, from our perspective, we've just been, it's like, humble compared to my fellow panelists in terms of how long we've been doing this.
I don't know, a year's a long time.
A year? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Depends. I think what is really beneficial when we're coming from like a corporate VC perspective is the ability to kind of take these technologies and automatically kind of de-risk it by trying to see how it actually applies into our business units, especially, whether it's applying to our refinery or our upstream business. But like you said, it requires a lot of capital. But I think where if you stage, you kind of stage it in a way that, okay, if this works, then we can put in more money. And if it, continues to kind of, and so creating an environment within the ecosystem that you have to kind of de-risk it, I think can be maybe an easier path. But then you also need to think about, how much money you want to kind of invest at the beginning and the valuations and, when do you want to exit and be able to kind of, look at that pathway as well. So it's an interesting balance, at least from a corporate perspective.
Yeah, no, Bruce, on that, I mean, it's a conundrum because we always look at, okay, $20 million gets us to this lab scale demonstration, but to be relevant, you have to find both the pockets, the will, the political environment. How have you crossed that or addressed that?
It is extremely challenging, right? Climate in particular, and especially when you're doing the hard stuff, right? The really capital-intensive, plant scale, $100 million project type of technologies. It's very different if you're doing sort of software to optimize some energy system. That's easy relatively. I think that, first of all, you need to build over time great teams that have the bench strength to do all the different complex parts of what those businesses need to deliver. You have to build strong syndicates of both, financial and strategic investors. I will say that in that kind of sector, we are shifting more towards the East and to China, because we see that China actually has the ability to scale these things better than anybody else, right? And, you know, there you have kind of coordination of industry and government.
Government, of course.
Right? So you can get the first big projects kind of off the ground. You can get them funded more easily than you can elsewhere. Yeah.
That does present certain geopolitical challenges in some instances, because there are projects, like you suggest, that are easy to do and hard to do. Jan, Europe, we publish an annual report, and I don't see it before the team finishes it. And we had one graph this year that showed public companies over $10 billion in market cap created in the last 50 years. And the US occupied 95% of the page, and Europe was this big. And the largest company was Spotify. How are you going to think about the global relevance of the venture ecosystem in Europe, and what are you doing to promote it?
Yeah, spot on question. I was thinking was SAP the largest exit as such, and if you think about how old the company is, it's amazing. No, it's the biggest unicorn we've created in Europe, and since then, not much on that level. And there are a couple of topics. Maybe it's also part of a tech due diligence. I think a big part, or there are two main arguments. No, one argument is the team. I'm European. We're a little bit more decent, humble, and I think if the typical European founder wants to create a company, he creates a company and he wanted to achieve an exit of 50, 60, 70 million US dollars, no? And that's nice, that's great, that's an achievement. So I'm a serious founder, no? If you look at the US or other markets, people are really dying for creating a company which is multi-billion in size. And that's a typical different starting point of doing something, no? You write your presentation, you go to an investor and you say, hey, that's my 10 billion company, and 5 years from now, let's do it. And I think we are different in Europe, and that has also then kind of, that also is the cause why the capital markets are there, how they are in Europe. And founders, which are really good, used to go and will go to the US, no? That's one point. The second point is if you look at pension fund money, no? The money you need really long term, which is aligning with our goals about energy, longevity, and all these kind of topics. In the US, I think it's 2% or 3%. Don't count me on the numbers, but the range, no? In Germany, it's 0.002% of pension funds investing into venture capital to scale companies, and the preferred markets to do that is the US.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a huge topic. There's no one to back that over long term.
I spoke to someone recently who spent the last 4 years getting a commitment from EIF.
Wow.
And it wasn't a big commitment, but it took 4 years and hundreds of meetings. And so the question then is, do you think, as it relates to diligence and deep tech, is there the will? Is there, I mean, you're doing it, but is there an ecosystem that will sustain this, and what do we need to do to catalyze more interest and production?
So, first of all, there's a willingness to create really cool new technologies, and the best proof is the energy transition. Most of the technologies we use today have been developed in Europe and Germany. However, it has been scaled in a business sense in Europe to a size which is decent and sizable, we've discussed. I think the tools we use need to change, no? And you see that also in the current geopolitical situation right now, no? Europe, we are manifold. There's so many countries with different laws and different, I would say, ways of thinking about things. And we need in Europe, we need all countries to agree, or the European Union. No, I'm just talking about the European Union as an example. We need all countries to agree to do something. So that's not strong leadership. And we are in a situation and we wanted to scale, be quick and accelerate. I think that's not the right style of growing and scaling companies. And we need to change something, this approach, in order to get what you indicated. No, could Europe become such a market? I would say technology-wise, yes. Talent-wise, yes. Ambition is missing. Capital is missing. And then mainly is the leadership. The European Investment Fund is a great organization which is also supporting our funds. and getting forward. However, it's just an organization which is hosted or governed by so many countries in Europe. It's just difficult to lead properly, especially in the situation where we're in right now.
So, Arij, you're in a different spot. You're in a very small country. Can you talk a little bit about how you think about the investments you make? Obviously, having to support your parent organization, but clearly they also have to flourish in other markets. And how do you think about choosing those particular platforms and where you're focused geographically?
So we don't really have a particular geographic focus now. In our kind of first year, we're getting to know all the different markets and where we can see the best complementary technologies for us. You're right, we're a small country, but we also have, a very efficient system. Our ecosystem is all 1 degree away from us. We have access to decision makers, and effectively, we also have a very unique, industry in our oil and gas space, from upstream all the way to downstream. And I think we complement, and we've always been at the center of being able to complement our neighbors. We've always been small, we've always been kind of at the core of that, but I think we really have the ability to really have a lot of these companies who are looking to cross over and come over. A lot of the founders in oil and gas are, engineers, put their head down and focus, and are not kind of like, the fun kind of fintech founders that you usually see and are very kind of go to all the conferences and know what's going on. And so what I found is that when I meet these founders and they're a little bit apprehensive or intimidated by moving to the region where they know a lot of their future customers are, we can definitely be their first kind of stepping stone. Come over, we'll incubate you within our ecosystem, we'll help support you when it comes to understanding the nuances and how to build these businesses within the Middle East. And then, of course, our neighbors just across the border. And then, we're a good place to kind of be an operational kind of center for a lot of these, businesses, from access to talent, the ability to kind of ease of doing business. But also, Bahrain's a nice place, and so, it's not too bad to kind of come over and be there.
Quick follow-on to that. Do you facilitate the implementation of some of the portfolio company products and help support them as they do a pilot or roll out?
Absolutely. So how I looked at it is, I don't come from the industry. I have like 22 years of experience in banking and asset management along with venture capital. But then we have a huge pool of talent that are all across our business units, engineers that have been doing this all their lives. And when we look at diligencing, the best way is to see whether this actually works and whether these engineers can actually think that there's an opportunity for that. So part of our process is, our step one of our due diligence process is building out these pilots, bringing them over, working with the operators, and then of course we want to make money. So we look at it from a financial perspective and how this can scale and grow, and whether the region can be a big market for them. And then to your point, it's difficult. In the US, you can start a business and then you can just scale across very easily. In Europe, with all the differences and the different regulations, a little bit harder. We're like that a little bit too, but I think in oil and gas, we're kind of like friends and peers. So I think it's a little bit easier than when we look at other technologies. And I'm excited because I came from kind of financial technology, and I'm like, this is we have our challenges, but at the end of the day, there's an opportunity because we all can work seamlessly together across, Saudi Aramco and ADNOC and our peers in, Qatar and Kuwait, etc. So I'm very excited about this.
Nice. So Bruce, one of my favorite quotes from Warren Buffett read that it's not the technology that's important, it's its durability through time. And if you think about durability through time, to me that speaks to intellectual property and the protections therein. And you mentioned that you're doing a lot of stuff in China as well, and without casting aspersions, the intellectual property protections in China are certainly different than they are perhaps in the US or in Western Europe. I'd love to hear about how you think about the risks inherent in IP, and perhaps how that flows through your thinking about where and when to make investments.
Yeah, I mean, I would say IP is kind of a foundational thing, right? You have to have it. I would say it's secondary to execution in many ways, right? If you don't build a company fast, then it doesn't matter so much. The IP by itself, standalone, doesn't have much value, but when you've built an engine that's building a business on it, then it's worth something. You know, I think with respect to China, yes, it's historically been, you know, a difficult place from an IP protection perspective. You know, my sense is that the geopolitics may be shifting kind of the dynamics there a little bit. I think if, you know, if China is going to be able to kind of reopen itself to kind of technical collaboration with the West, it needs to kind of give those kind of IP protections for that to flourish, right? You know, so it's still, there's some unknowns there for us. I think sort of, you know, having the right connections can help give you some air cover, perhaps. But I don't honestly know kind of how far that goes, right? So there are still unknowns doing business in China.
How important, as you're looking to make one of your 10 annual investments, if you had to sort of rank in the diligence process, where does IP sit for you?
You know, I think team, technology, market, momentum, investor base, IP, somewhere in there.
Right.
Right?
And that's pretty similar for us.
Yeah.
It is not a gating item. It's a checkbox in a lot of cases.
And it does depend on the kind of business, right? Software, you don't really, it's all about speed to market. Yeah, if you're in the...
I was thinking more of an industrial process that might be relevant.
Certainly in that kind of hard tech stuff, it's kind of a, you know, must-have. But you know, it's not necessarily just patents, right? I think often the best strategies are sort of a mix of filed patents and then trade secrets, right? Because when you file a patent, you do give away some of your secret sauce. So, you know, in the farm industry, if you're dealing with like, you know, catalyst technologies, things like that, you don't want to be precisely giving away what you've been working on. That can count against you. So trying to kind of cleverly structure it so you've got enough protection without, you know, telling everyone exactly what you're doing and having additional, you know, trade secrets that you're keeping in-house. I think I tend to favor that approach in those kind of businesses.
So I'd love each of you to sort of weigh in on this thought. There are firms that have dedicated diligence teams. There's a group of associates or value creation professionals that do the external work, build the models. I'd love to hear do the investment professionals lead that in your firm? Do you have do you use third-party resources ever? How do you think about academic interactions? So that, Jan, could you talk a little bit about how you think about it?
All of that would be the answer, no? But simplifying, we are in our fund we have two in-house secret sources, which is people and which is technology, where we really also try to have our own capabilities to see and understand in early stages, is it the right team and is it the right technology? In a later stage in the process, then we involve our technological partners. It could be universities, could be large corporates, in really understanding the technologies, and we're also then using technology, the technology services for doing so. However, I believe you need to have some intelligence in your own house because it's a great capability to really select precisely the right companies in the first extent. And I think investment managers or investors are great people to invest and make money, but somehow they are not great technologists, and you need to counterbalance that in a sense.
Like Bruce, I'm old. And when I started...
I don't know if Bruce agrees with you.
Thank you, first of all, for that. You did not mention me, isn't it?
No. Well, Bruce has a beard. It's gray. I'm older than Bruce. But when I started, there were literally under 400 professional investment firms in the world. And there was a tweet recently that I found incredibly depressing, which said that there are now more venture firms in the US than McDonald's franchises. Put the number somewhere over 14,000.
Wow.
And the number of exits really hasn't changed. When I started to become an investor, you were typically a technical professional. You had typically started a company or two and had a successful outcome. The premise being that if you were going to allocate money to people, that perhaps it would be useful if you had seen failure, seen success, made a quarter, carried a bag, developed a product. That is not the way it works today. People graduate from college and get jobs at VC firms, which I find still somewhat mystifying. But going back to your point, Jan, about having some internal capabilities, like I am an engineer and I still design circuits and write code and build robots in my shop. There are none of my peers do that anymore. So I'm curious, when you think about diligence, like Arij, what do you do when there's something that you're conceptually interested in, but maybe you found it, but it's not your deepest forte?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we're very lucky because across, Babco and all of our business units, you have the people who it actually is their forte, the ones who wish they could actually have invented this or looked at it. And it's an interesting discussion. And, you need to have a level of humility, being someone who's an expert in investing and being able to kind of do venture in its space, but also understanding that people who come from the other side, have deep expertise and focus. So I've learned to kind of have big conversations with them, telling them to ensure when they use their lingo. I spent the first year getting confused in every meeting because they kept saying SME. And I thought that was small and medium-sized enterprises until I realized it meant subject matter expert. And so I think it's been an interesting kind of dynamic between people who come in and tell them, great, you want this and you believe in this and you believe in the research and the deep thing, but how do we make this commercial? How can we make money out of this? And being able to have this kind of, I would say, trifecta between the founder of the company that I'm looking at, between our operators and our experts, and then between us that come from the finance perspective. How are we able to kind of balance across all of that? And I think we've kind of built a checklist, much like how we do a finance checklist, team, market, et cetera, but also on the technical side. How is this able to be applied within not just Babco, but across our peers. But I think it's definitely an awareness and an education process. But I think, and I'm sure maybe Bruce would agree with me, that it's...
He never agrees with me.
He doesn't? Okay, all right, well. We'll have to see. But I think we're lucky because I can just knock on the door and ask one of the engineers, is this real? Is this for real?
Can I just ask a corollary to that while you answer that, Bruce, or add on to that? One of the things that I have found that plagues our own diligence process is sometimes when you find a subject matter expert, an SME, in their vernacular, there is that bias toward give me the money, I could come up with that. The NIH factor, to use another acronym. I'm just curious if you see that at all, or but add on to what Arij was.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I would say that our approach to diligence is sort of custom depending on the deal, right? Depending on the sector, depending on the stage, and depending on the size of check we're writing. So I mean, we'll basically always use kind of outside counsel for the legal stuff. But when it comes to financial, we'll typically only use outside parties when it's a much larger check or a later stage company. When it comes to technical and IP, again, it varies by stage, right? And we, similar to Arija, we do have obviously a large bench of skilled engineers and scientists in a wide variety of areas, right? The oil and gas industry is actually a very multidisciplinary technical industry. But we don't always rely on them, right? We will quite often also bring in kind of outside experts to do, give us a view. Sometimes those are academics, sometimes they're kind of retired industry professionals, that kind of thing.
So in our remaining 5 minutes, I have two questions for you. One for all of you. first is easy. Do you have a uniform process? Do you, for example, like at Amazon, everything had to be a 4-page type single-space memo. Do you do the same thing for every investment for the sake of uniformity and process?
I mean, there is a structure for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, we're part of a corporate organization, so there's processes for approvals. But like to Bruce's point, every technology is a little bit different.
Yeah.
So if we're looking at anything in the new energy space, it'll be very different to something that is easily applicable and deployed in our business units. But we definitely do have what we'd say a template, and then we adapt it.
Jan?
Yeah, same here. So the structure is always the same. But we are a really diverse team, from mechanical engineer to computer science to international relations. So each and every team has a little bit a different style to answer questions or provide information in a structure that we can decide. But we need to understand the financials, the basics of the deal, and we need to have proof it's the right technology that can work, that the cost can scale down, and so on and so forth. So structure is always the same, but it's quite an individual approach how to fill it with life.
I mean, I think, for us, our memos are broadly kind of similar structure. I think the one place it differs is where we do have kind of a seed program, so very early stage stuff, and then it's sort of accelerated, and our criteria are a smaller list and make better decisions.
Yeah. All right, the last question for each of you to answer, please, is what are the top 3 things you're looking for? Like, for example, last year, I was fixated on working on foundational models for physics and mathematical solutions. And we made 2 investments in that space. And what was wonderful about it is I'd been looking for those for close to a decade. And because of the AI transformation, those came to fruition. So, Jan, what do you if you had to predict what you would like to see or invest in the next calendar year?
That's maybe 3 things, but first of all, you should look at Juha.
Tell me after.
Yeah. It's a really exciting company. They are doing foundational models and focusing now on weather. That's really important for the energy transition. That's why we looked at them, because now if you understand weather better in a better shape, you can be more accurate and better trade. And trading means making money. And we are looking into, for example, also algo trading companies, which are optimize the energy used or not used of batteries. That's a really exciting space, this intersection. And if you do batteries, then you can add more and more renewables to the place. It's a really exciting space, really money-making space right now in a German, European energy markets. And the other hot topic is a little bit, we are not data center investors, but we are intrigued, and I told you before the meeting, we are intrigued by the connection between a huge amount of energy is needed, a huge amount of flexibility is there, and what does it mean for the energy transition? So how to enable, maybe how to connect and where to connect, and that are all exciting topics, but also then how to manage and use the flexibility in that cases. And then I'm intrigued a bit by the EV sector in Europe or globally is a bit suffering, isn't it?
Yes.
And I would love to see some consolidation there. And I think it's needed because there's a lot of useful tools. We have underutilized charging infrastructure. We have a lot of software players which have good softwares, but it's just too cheap to serve customers, or the costs are too high to serve customers. And seeing here something in consolidation mode would make me really happy.
All right, Bruce, and then Arish quickly.
Yeah, I would say making agentic AI enterprise grade, right? Number 1. When it comes to sustainability.
You did see Jamie Dimon's quote that they had tried and 90% of agentic solutions failed inside JP Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, we actually do have, AI, tools and solutions deployed in Aramco that are delivering value. Actually, one of our portfolios delivered, I think, what was the first AI project in Aramco in 2018. And it's delivering 30 million a year in savings, right? But, it's definitely still new and raw. And the agentic stuff, which is where I think there's really a lot of potential to kind of automate, intelligent automation is how I think about it.
I have a company to show you.
And but it's it's right now it's kind of like a hobby tool, right? Or a small business kind of thing. If you want to have understand really what's going on inside it and debug it and run things at scale and reliably, you need enterprise infrastructure. So that's number one.
Okay.
On sustainability, I would say we're trying to sort of ride the industrial electrification wave, because really it's Chinese solar and batteries are what's moving the needle. We've got such good renewable energy resource here, we can ride that wave, and electrification will probably beat carbon capture and hydrogen and all these other vectors. So I'd highlight those two in our two main
thanks.
areas.
Arij, we're over.
Oh, yeah, all right, well, quickly.
You get the last word.
Yeah, of course. So new energy, how do SMRs kind of play a part in our data center play in Bahrain? Storage for, basically solar, etc. And then I think what's very interesting as well is robotics, how we're able to kind of implement that from a safety perspective in our refinery and our upstream business. So
we have a robot that is
really good,
designed for the oil field.
And then, of course, one last thing is that to me, it's very important, the founder behind each of these companies.
You're going to love it.
Okay, great.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank the panel. They're
Thank you so
amazing.
much. Thank you.
Thank you for listening
Thank
on the
you.
last day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Well, for the next hour, we have two different debates that are happening on this stage about venture capital. So for the next 25 minutes, we'll be talking about talent and valuations, and then the second half hour, we'll be debating the role and impact of mega funds on the early stage venture ecosystem. So today we have Sandeep, who's the head of investments at Prosus Ventures. We have Anu, who's founder and managing partner of the Avra Fund. We have Carol, who's the founder and managing partner of Conjunction Capital, and Grant, who's a managing partner of Hangar 75. The way we're going to structure this conversation is we're going to establish a set of premises or topics. We'll hear a point and counterpoint from each side, and then we can have open commentary and discussion to wrap up. So we're going to start with this question or premise, which is where does the next VC dollar create more durable value? So if you're a VC and you're investing in a company, do you want that marginal dollar to go into people and hiring or to execution systems or product, R&D, that kind of thing? So to talk about the point counterpoint on the marginal impact of a VC dollar, we're going to hear from Grant and then Anu. So Grant, do you want to offer an initial reaction?
Sure. They probably have some comments on the talent side, how to create it, how to get more of it over time. But I feel like we're actually at a position where the next marginal dollar can produce serious value in a number of ways using existing tools, existing people. The systems have gotten to a level that I feel like we can redeploy capital through some people into products that transform industries for people, for companies that are looking for solutions. I'm part of a venture studio as one example, is I think you can just take things, build a product that solves something. I'm also part of a corporate venture capital group, which is, really believes we can create solutions for companies who are scared to death of the AI story. So it's not, there's going to be a certain competition among some to be who is the very top of the, the pile at some level, but they're also creating tools that all the rest of us can use. It takes some talent in order to execute it, but I think the execution, the ability to translate what already exists into dollars is significant, and there are real gaps in what's actually being done. So I would actually say that's where people should be, concentrating. Where is there some level of talent that can be put into a structure that solves something for a particular buyer?
So it's obviously, it's hard to generalize, but a startup raises money from a VC. Let's say they raise $5 or $10 million. Do you have any theology on how much of those dollars should go into hiring people versus other ways of spending that cash?
Well, from a perspective of talent, I think that talent can be found in some of the frontier markets at a lower price, at a high enough quality. Maybe it's, again, not the top 20 talent on earth, but it's high quality people from other locations. So money is part of the equation, and they need to be paid well, and they're more important than any other talent sector. But I don't think talent needs to drive.
Okay. Anu, do you want to share your thoughts on the marginal dollar? When is it wise to invest in hiring versus other functions of the business?
Well, great. Well, my background is I worked at Andreessen Horowitz. I started my venture career there and then was at Y Combinator. So I feel like I have to argue that talent and people are how we invest in, because if you look at the businesses on the NASDAQ that have done very well over 20, 30 years, they are founder-led. And if you look at a startup in the early days, it's the team that makes the company. You can take any technology, you can build a product that, that early on works, but for it to scale, to have a moat, the best teams always figure it out. So I always say bet on the best team. And if it means, like one of the analogies I give here is the top CEOs often say this, the one senior leader that they hired that worked really well in the early days is like a unicorn hire. And they can give you 10,000x. It's unlike baseball, where it's not like, you get a few runs, you can actually get 1,000 runs, which Jeff Bezos has the same analogy. So I do think investing in some of the people early on who can really drive incredible returns that compound for years, not just 2 to 3, but can compound for 5 to 10 years. So I always lean on people, and we also invest in teams based on people. For us, teams come first, product and moat comes second.
Yeah, and it seems like in this, like the future of the economy is a market where there's high returns to superstar talent, where companies will say we'll have fewer higher paid people. because we can get so much leverage out of software and AI. So it does seem like investing aggressively in the most talented people, but then keeping the overall headcount lower is likely the path of the future, right?
Yes, I do think there's a nuance there, though. I think if you end up paying a lot of cash or a lot of equity, which is outrageous, that is just solving your short-term pain, and they're mercenaries. I mean, we saw that in some cases, like the co-founder of Thinking Machines went to Meta. So you don't want to do that. You want to hire the best. You want it to be in the realm of what you think is reasonable, and I think that investment you should make.
Got it. So there is such a thing as paying too much for talent and perhaps screwing up the culture.
Yes.
As a result of that.
You don't want mercenaries, basically.
Yeah. Well, I think the Meta AI talent acquisition game is the ultimate example of this, or the ultimate experiment that's being run in real time, which is what are the cultural effects of building a company where the employee next to you might be getting paid $100 million and you're only getting paid $1 million. Can the two of you actually collaborate and team up effectively? Do any of you want to comment on this broader dynamic?
Sure. So I would add a couple of points. So first of all, amazing talent and great teams. Unfortunately, not always are making great progress. Obviously, we know that super successful companies used to have great teams and exceptional talent, but sadly, statistically, many great teams actually fail. And the beauty of our profession is that there's no cookbook. There are no checklists which are totally verified, and even tier one investors are missing unicorns and or supporting companies that are never make it to the unicorn status, and vice versa. Even the first-time funds, first-time managers find sometimes great companies, exceptional teams, and there are so many unpredictables and so many uncertainties in the industry that it's a kind of a mix of certain science and of course an art and feeling of a VC.
Well, I guess to the question of science and art, we're talking about talent and the marginal impact of venture dollars. It is interesting, our CEOs today more able to evaluate talent than they used to be because, can you use data systems to better assess an employee's ultimate potential? We've seen, and I'll give you a chance, Sandeep, in a sec, when hiring technical talent, a very obvious thing to do is to look at their GitHub repos and see how active have they been in contributing to open source and so forth. That would be an example of using data beyond just what's on the resume. But you could argue that if LLMs are the future, maybe there'll be new and different ways that companies will be able to spot talent, evaluate talent, underwrite talent, to have the conviction to spend a lot of money on that talent because you have more signal than just a few interviews and some reference checks that this person is extraordinary. Do you want to weigh in?
I think the only thing that I would add to what's been said is we try and think about these things in terms of frameworks. So fundamentally, if I try and draw somewhat of a circle, there's capital, there's founders or founding teams, there's talent, there's people, technology, there's customers, there's revenue. And when we talk about the marginal dollar, just to borrow your phrase, I don't want to overly generalize about where are we in the journey. I believe Grant mentioned is it's very different for a seed stage startup versus a pre-IPO startup. And fundamentally, when we're trying to advise some of the founders that we work with, it's just about, hey, are you at an earlier stage where the capital is there to attract the talent, or are you at a later stage where the capital is there to build better products and systems? And what, from your perspective, is going to give you that leverage to build that generational business?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think it's worth emphasizing in terms of the framing of this conversation that it depends is the right answer to everything. And certainly there are differences between early and late stage businesses in terms of the marginal impact of venture dollars. I think it's probably most interesting what we see in the early stage venture ecosystem is companies are raising meaningful rounds, but hiring far fewer people than they used to because they think they can get a lot of leverage out of software and AI, and ultimately not raise as much venture capital overall, which is excellent news for the asset class because it means less dilution, more efficient businesses. Okay, let's pivot now. So that discussion was on the marginal dollar test. Should the next marginal VC dollar go into people or R&D and execution systems? Obviously, it depends. Let's talk now for our second round about valuations. When VCs are valuing businesses, to what extent should the valuation analysis reflect the underlying IP in the business, or should it really be an underwriting driven by the talent of the CEO? Right? Let's say you're evaluating a business with an extraordinary CEO, but no real IP, no real competitive edge demonstrated through its product and so forth. How should you weigh founder quality in that valuation analysis? That's what we'll talk about now for the next few minutes. And Anu, why don't we start with you to talk about the importance of founder quality, where maybe a company that has no product even built or no product moat, no product market fit, can still command huge valuations because of the pedigree of the founders. How often does that happen? And what is the pedigree that you're looking at that would cause someone to be able to raise at 20, 30, 40, 50 million post money despite not having built anything?
Yeah. Good question. I don't invest in early stage for this reason because I don't know how to just assess based on pedigree. But I will say at the growth stage, which is like the series B through D, which is the stage I invest in, and typically founders have 5 to 20 million in revenue. The quality of the founder, again, does matter more. But I think this question kind of, the way it's set up, makes it sound like they're two different things. If you are a really good founder, you are thinking about competitive differentiation. You are thinking about long-term durability of your business model. Those are characteristics of what makes you a good founder. Just because you worked at Stanford or you did some research, you're not going to get an automatic, oh, thumbs up. That just says, okay, you have the technical chops. But what have you demonstrated in the 3 years since you've been building in terms of the quality of the team that you've built, the differentiation of the product, the customer love, the durability of your business? And really good founders often think about that way in advance. And I think it's a misnomer to kind of say, oh, this is a great team. And then, well, how did you qualify they're a great team? It's not just based on your degree. It's based on what is the thought process you have put in to what are you launching, what's the type of product. So I do think that when we say, hey, we invest in great teams, they kind of check the box on clarity of thought, competitive differentiation, moats they're thinking. Remember, almost all startups have no moat. And
almost all startups have no moat.
Almost all startups have no moat because they are dead on arrival.
Yeah.
If it's going to work very well, you have all the incumbents using them as R&D projects to work on the next new thing.
Yeah.
So I do think the quality of the founder ties to how are they thinking of staying ahead in the race, what's the differentiation they bring, and the speed with which they move.
Just to double click on one thing you said, it's a little bit of a detour from this conversation, but you mentioned clarity of thought.
Yes.
And I think we all are looking for clarity of thought from founders. It can be a little mushy in terms of how do you define clarity of thought. But one test that I apply to myself is I kind of say, if I'm not able to understand what the founder is saying, it's not because I'm an idiot, it's because probably there's some communication breakdown. Like founders should be able to explain their business to non-experts in a compelling and gripping way. And that's part of the clarity of thought test for me is, like, do I understand what's being said? And I think a lot of investors can make the mistake of, if I don't understand this because I'm not smart enough or I'm not deep enough. But even generalist investors should be able to understand highly specialized businesses if the specialist entrepreneur knows how to communicate what their business does. And so I find just asking myself the question, am I grokking what's being communicated, to be a way to tune into this question of, does the founder have clarity of thought, clarity of communication?
And in even next iterations, when you are able to explain what this founder is doing, to your 7-year-old or to your senior parent.
Yes, yes. Yeah, you should be able to, it's kind of like the line of, a test of man's intelligence is his ability to make a summary. LLMs are great at this, but you should be able to like summarize a business at many different levels of sophistication. Like I think world-class founders can go on CNBC and talk to a total mass market financial audience about their business, and then an hour later go into a conference of specialist academics and talk about their business in a slightly different way. And to be able to do that is the sign of a founder who's thinking clearly and communicating clearly to connect with a diverse set of audiences. So why don't we now shift to Kirill. We're talking about valuations and the extent to which they should reflect talent of the founder versus the IP that's built in a company. So do you have a perspective on, you're evaluating a business, you're trying to assess its proper valuation. When are you weighing, when are you meeting a great founder and saying, yeah, you're talented, but there's no moat, there's no real IP, there's no product market fit, the market's bad, I don't care how talented you are, I'm not going to give you a high valuation.
Right. So first of all, I'm not a big fan of high valuations. Even irrespective of if it's like the first round for me or it's a new big round for my portfolio company, I think it's like very tricky. So if the company raised at a high valuation and eventually in the next 12 months or more will underperform, this high valuation which happened will be a big problem for everyone, for the founders, for the current investors, for investors that joined, for the prospective new investors as well. So big valuations is a big problem usually. Unfortunately, more and more we see pretty inflated valuations, and it's not necessarily an outcome of a serious analysis from any of the parties or any of the investors participating. Sometimes it's pretty much a competition-inflated process, and also another angle, which is like how quickly a particular venture capital firm can do the decision making. So we won some deals because we were like super quick. So I personally committed a couple of, actually more than a couple of checks right on the first meeting. I did some homework, of course, before, but I was like looking for some, some kind of signals, some facts and everything. But
so I think, and I think on the topic of IP versus talent, I think sometimes we at Village Global will underwrite a founder even if the idea is problematic, if we believe that the founder can adapt and pivot over time. And so sometimes what's really tricky about this style of investing is you're looking for founders who on the one hand are highly committed to their business and unbelievably persistent, and at the same time they're open to change and pivoting. And to have that exist at once is kind of rare to see. Someone who's completely committed and persistent and open-minded to changing if the market gives them feedback that their V1 of their idea is not working. Sandeep or Grant, do you want to weigh in at all?
Well, I was just reflecting on a conversation last night at the 500 Startups Mixer with a guy named Umran, who lives in in Palo Alto, goes to Stanford, and is involved in one of the deeper labs. And he said that there's almost a one-to-one correlation between the highest paid AI tech talent and those that have won international math Olympiads. It's math-driven, it's very intense. There's just a very narrow crowd that seems to be able to solve certain problems. I was also talking to Kirill before this, and there's actually some people nearly at that level that aren't getting the attention. So maybe we can broaden that pool, but it feels like overall this high tech talent search is sort of masking some of the core issues. So we're talking about execution, being able to pivot, being able to produce a product, market fit in a reasonably short period of time. All these things can be accelerated, and here we're sort of stuck on certain formulaic things. It feels like this is probably something that's going to drift to the side, and if companies are going to solve things and need, take tools, take some talent, and produce it, get it to market quickly. That's going to become more interesting for at least medium-sized valuations, a lot of ways in which the technology is going to help transform all sorts of sectors of society. So,
okay, let's shift and talk about our kind of third topic, which is this trend of large organizations experiencing slower growth and making acquisitions to try to accelerate growth. And in particular in AI today, you see a lot of these acquisitions or talent hiring processes that deeply resemble an acquisition, but isn't technically an acquisition due to FTC regulation, at least in America. Sandeep, I wonder if you could start by talking a little bit about how you think about acquisitions that are happening today and the degree to which companies are acting rationally when they acquire a business that isn't going to contribute very much in terms of underlying IP, but instead is really just a talent bet. Are you bullish on that phenomenon? Do you think there's wisdom in those decisions?
I'm going to say something that's going to irk you, which is it depends, but I'll give a little bit more.
That's great. Yeah.
No, look, I have the luxury of having gone after somebody like Anu who's been in this for far longer than I have. So what I would say is that it depends. When the acquirer has clarity of thought as to what that acquisition is actually going to do for them, that's component number one. Because ultimately you're acquiring either a team, technology, ultimately you're bringing them into your product roadmap, your technology roadmap, ultimately your shared vision. So Process, for context, we're a $170 billion publicly traded company. We acquire businesses, we invest in businesses, and when I look after our venture business, but when our M&A businesses look to acquire businesses, it's because we have a clear product roadmap. The second question that we ask ourselves, to build on something that you mentioned, was if you're making $1 million and you're sitting next to somebody who's making $100 million, the question that we typically speaking ask our teams are, does your partner, does your team, do they share the same risk? Are they getting up every day because they share the same risk, same vision? And so when we're talking about acquiring teams, it's, do you have clarity of thought? More often than not, when founders come to me exploring M&A, and they're like, oh, we're just acquiring this because it's a smart team, that's more, it's not going to work. They're going to run through their earnout, they're going to take the cash, and they're going to figure out to do something else. They want to join with a shared vision, and that's typically speaking what we look for.
Got it. And what would be an example of an acquisition you guys did recently?
We just acquired Just Eat Takeaway for $4 billion. We took it private. It's one of the leading food delivery businesses. And because we have a vision. We have a vision on a European ecosystem. We've seen this play out in Latin America. We have iFood in Brazil, which is a multi-billion-dollar business that's doing, I think, close to 1 billion orders a year. And that we have an ecosystem. We believe that there's an ecosystem. They joined us because we have a vision.
Yeah.
And that's an example.
Got it. Anu, do you want to comment on this dynamic? And you work with a lot of late-stage businesses. They probably are getting acquisition offers from big tech. How is big tech evaluating or valuing the businesses that you've invested in? How much are they focused on CEO quality and the engineering team that could be brought in versus other IP? And in the transactions that you've seen successfully consummated, can those teams integrate into the acquirer successfully, or is Sandeep's concerns around culture, does that often prove an impediment to successful M&A?
I think M&A is inevitable. I mean, you just saw Google acquire Wiz. Facebook wouldn't be Facebook without any of their acquisitions. So I think when a late-stage company gets approached by a potential acquirer, really it comes down to the CEO of the late-stage company to make that decision. And a few parameters come into play. One is, can they accelerate better by just being integrated? 2, do they want to do it? 3, what is the strategic positioning of the current company, right? Sometimes they probably are self-aware to know that they see line of sight to 200 to 300 million revenue in business, but it's going to be a very hard play if they don't have a strong distribution partner. It's not, I always tell founders, be smart. If you know that you don't want to be a public company CEO, or if you know your company is going to be sandwiched after 200 to 300 million revenue, you have to sell at the right time. But acquisitions are always bought, not sold. If you are at the point of contacting a lot of people to sell, then you're in a tough spot. If people are coming to you because they want to buy, that's the time to evaluate. I think Facebook did the best job of keeping their acquisitions. They gave them room to be standalone with Instagram, with WhatsApp, and none of those CEOs are in the company today. But there was enough time for it to be integrated and for them to be seamlessly integrated into Facebook.
Yeah, it is interesting because that does seem to be the new playbook, like Microsoft buying LinkedIn, keeping it completely independent, Facebook and Instagram. As a different example, you may have seen Grammarly, which is a very substantial business that people underrate or underestimate in Silicon Valley, acquired Superhuman, and then they just renamed themselves yesterday to be Superhuman. So Grammarly is now known as Superhuman. The original Superhuman email app is called Superhuman Mail. And so that's actually an example of a much deeper integration, like literally at the brand name level. And so that can work. It's not always the case that you have to keep these acquisitions as like satellite independent organizations, but it just depends on which playbook makes sense for which group.
Yeah, I would like to add to the discussion and fully agree on the points that Sandeep and Anu made on an example of my portfolio company, and basically this is with regard to the shared vision, skin in the game of the big players with the potential targets, with the potential smaller startups. So one example. Crave Mart, e-grocery delivery in Pakistan. Pakistan, very turbulent market. E-grocery delivery, highly challenging, very high execution business, very tough. InDrive, a big hailing company which might be going to IPO like next year. First, invested in the company, so it's a kind of a skin in the game first. Also shared vision, also expectations to launch the super app in few frontier markets, including Pakistan. And Crave Mart is a great addition as an e-grocery delivery to the hailing business of InDrive. And staged acquisitions over next couple of years. So currently, InDrive owns more than 60% of the company. Few investors still on board, still in the cap table. Company is doing tremendously well, all because of the shared vision of the target, skin in the game of the acquirer of a big player.
Okay, so to wrap, we just have a few minutes. I was curious, just in the broader topic of talent, Anu, what do you make of Meta's current AI talent hiring process? Are you bullish? Do you think in 2 years Meta Superintelligence Labs will have retained the superstar OpenAI engineers that they've recruited, or would you guess that culturally, too many superstars, it's not going to work? What's your sense?
Well, I don't know. I would only say don't bet against Zuck, but he has nothing to lose. I mean, I actually think what he's doing is the right strategy. I mean, they have, I don't know, like multiple billions of dollars of free cash flow, and in the AI race, if he doesn't participate, it is existential to Facebook. And so he is doing the right thing by concentrating talent, but he's trying to do it in a very compressed time frame as a fourth player in the market. So only time will tell us. But I think he's making the absolute right bet. Will it absolutely work out? We don't know.
And I guess, does this, for those who claim that, like, I guess his thesis is that the difference between an A- to A talent and A+ is worth paying a massive premium for, right? Because if the public reporting is accurate, some of these AI engineers, researchers are getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars over 2 or 3 years, whereas the next best person's, maybe getting paid between $1 and $10 million. The idea that there are returns to the organization that accrue from the A+ talent versus the A- is really a fascinating sort of hypothesis.
I think we are too anchored on the amount he's paying and the different grades. If they make $50 billion in free cash flow, to spend $10 billion is no big deal. And he's trying to do this in a 10-month time frame. And if he needs to put a model out there that matches and does better than OpenAI and Gemini, you have to do his strategy.
Yeah.
He needs the talent and he needs the build-out to happen in less than a year. He's not planning for 5 years.
Yeah, interesting. And Sandeep, when you think about what's happening at Meta, given your comments about cultural integration, how do you foresee an organization full of super compensated people. How do you see that playing out?
Yeah, so again, I would echo Anu's comments around don't bet against Zuck, but more often than not, what I've also seen is even A players want to learn from A+. And whenever, and irrespective of what it is that they're making, more often than not, the A+ is justified. I mean, again, if we don't anchor on the value, if we just anchor on the philosophy that A+ is justified, then everybody from A to A- to B will really see value in learning from those people, and then ultimately hope in the future to command those. So
yeah, it's a good point. I guess the argument that if you get the world-class people at A+, it will help you recruit the B+, A-, A people more effectively. I don't know. The issue is just like when it's like keeping up with the Joneses. Everyone feels like they're poor if all their neighbors are rich. You feel rich if all your neighbors are poor. An American friend of mine who's here in Riyadh for the first time in Saudi said, I feel much poorer than I did before I came on this trip because he's been spending some time at some very luxurious houses. And he texted his wife saying, we actually are poor. So who you surround yourself with makes a big difference. So I wonder just internally, like, oh, I'm inspired by the A+ person, but don't you also resent that person at some level for having so much more money than you?
I think, and it goes back to one, what is the vision of the founder? What are they solving for? But two, I think that over the test of time, if whatever, a quarter, 6 months, a year, if they're not able to deliver, and let's go back to anchor on the conversation, it's about talent versus roadmaps. If they're not able to achieve the product, tech roadmap, the revenue, the customer delight, then of course that will harbor resentment. But that's, yeah.
It's true, and many of the comp packages at Meta, similar to Tesla and Elon's pay package, is dependent on real performance, right? Elon's not going to make $1 trillion no matter what. It's only if some extraordinary benchmarks are achieved. So thank you all very much to the panelists. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll launch our next debate on mega funds and venture capital. So thank you very much, and we'll bring the next group on. Take care.
Going on the other side, yeah.
Jeff,
Yes.
Yeah, Jacob. Bandar.
All right. We are running exactly on time. It is 1 o'clock, and we shall begin our second session on mega funds in venture capital. With us today, we have Anu Garg from BNext India. We have Dan Kimmerling from Decience Capital. We have Jeff Weinstein from FJ Labs, and Ashley Lewis from DPI, because you only deliver DPI, not IRR. And I'm Ben Kesnoka from Village Global. there's a dynamic on our industry of venture of some very large funds being raised, and that is distorting the ecosystem a little bit. And we're going to have a bit of a debate. So the FII folks this year have conceived this new format, which is interesting. So we're all standing like it's a presidential debate, just as consequential as a presidential debate.
Maybe more consequential.
Yeah, a lot of things are going to change based on what happens in this session. And we're going to create some premises, and there's going to be just visceral disagreement, and just I'll have to restrain people, physically separate, because people are going to debate and disagree. And we're going to talk about the pro and con of mega funds, and then we'll have a bit of a discussion on what happens next in our industry, because we are in a very fascinating moment, which is last year, 2 venture firms, Andreessen Horowitz and General Catalyst, raised something like 70% of all LP dollars that went into our asset class. That's pretty extraordinary, and we'll discuss and debate the pros and cons of that. So in our first round, we're going to ask the question, does capital concentration in mega funds slow innovation, or do the existence of these scaled up venture firms actually accelerate venture formation? Put differently, is like Andreessen Horowitz a force for good or a force for bad in our industry, as probably the single largest VC firm right now in America with over 40 billion AUM. So to start, we're going to have Dan Kimmerling talk about small funds and why there might be some problems with the mega funds in our industry. And then Jeff Weinstein, who himself runs a multi-billion-dollar franchise. No, I'm sorry. But for purposes of today, he's Jeff Andreessen Horowitz Weinstein. So Dan, make the case for why small funds are great and why we should be nervous about the mega funds over scale.
Well, I think, one, thank you, Ben. Thank you, FII. We all really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I think it really comes down to the basic problem of incentives. If you are a $40 billion platform clipping 3% fees a year, do you really have any incentive to do anything other than to keep the fee gravy train rolling? I don't know about anybody else, but I'm still working for the carry. The carry is what ultimately aligns everybody in our ecosystem, the GPs, the LPs, and the entrepreneurs. So I think that's really the heart of it. The other question is, can large funds really do the job of delivering the returns that LPs need to meet their liabilities, their obligations? And I think it really comes down to how big can these outcomes really be? How frequent are those outcomes? For the audience, the largest venture-backed M&A ever was Wiz, $32 billion. It's not closed yet, but it's been announced. Google acquisition for $32 billion. That's the largest ever. That won't return several large venture capital funds.
And I think that was shown in the Wiz transaction.
Oh, yes.
Insight Partners and Index both invested in Wiz out of like $2 billion funds.
It won't return them.
It didn't. Wiz, the biggest transaction ever, did not return Index or Insights funds.
So at Decians, we call this heroic assumptions versus heroic outcomes. Most of the math for these venture funds requires heroic assumptions, like multiple Wizes, multiple Figmas, for every year outcomes. And there's just not there's no empirical validation for those kinds of outcomes.
Do you think there'll be, because this is a central debate in Silicon Valley today, smart people disagree, there's no right answer necessarily, but do you think there'll be an accelerating number of mega outcomes? Because I think that's basically the A16Z pitch to LPs is there'll be more Stripes, more SpaceXs in the future because AI is changing everything, so we can count on an accelerating number, and that's what justifies the fund size. Do you buy that?
There may be more large outcomes, but it's not actually large outcomes that they need. It's large capital efficient outcomes.
Yeah.
So some of you might have seen in the paper, the multiple of invested capital for somebody who invested in the seed round of OpenAI is 25x. That's not good enough. Like, we need hyperconvexity in our portfolios to justify the illiquidity, the fees, the carry, all the bullshit that we extract and exploit from venture capital as venture capitalists. And so, like, 25x just doesn't cut the mustard.
So then just to make sure we underscore the point on misalignment, because at dinner yesterday I was talking to somebody who's invested a lot in venture in these big funds, and they said, the misalignment between GPs and LPs really annoys him, and it's because if the GP can legitimately get rich off fees, then in theory they're not going to focus as much on making good investment decisions.
The math would suggest that they should do 1 basis point better than the minimum hurdle rate they need to keep going.
Yeah.
And not anywhere. In baseball, if any of you are baseball fans, there's this idea of the Mendoza line. The Mendoza line is the worst batting average you need to get your contract renewed. They just need to be above the Mendoza line.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Andreessen Horowitz does over $100 million a year in annual revenue. That actually makes it a more compelling. Andreessen generates more revenue than HubSpot, in ARR. It's an incredible ARR business. Some of these asset managers at scale can be incredible cash flow businesses.
I mean, we should just buy Blackstone stock at that point.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So Jeff, you spend your life at these big firms. No, Jeff actually is at a nimble, excellent small firm. But for purposes of today, tell us why these super scaled mega funds could actually be good for innovation and venture capital.
Well, as a spiritual mega fund myself.
Yeah, exactly. 10 years, it will be a mega fund. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, it's interesting. You guys talk about some of these outcomes. There's an omission of a pretty notable one that recently raised at north of $100 billion, of which Andreessen owns, I believe, 10%. It's called Databricks, okay? It is a fact that startups are becoming larger than ever. It is also a fact that more capital can be put to work in the ecosystem than ever before. It's also a fact that, in my opinion, there's nothing inherently good nor bad about funds getting bigger. It's just that they have LPs with a lower cost of capital. And so if gigantic pension funds and sovereign wealth funds only need, call it 9%, 10% IRRs, then so be it, that's fine. And I don't believe actually there's much of a correlation between the amount of capital beyond some level and innovation. I think that all you have to do is see what Elon has done with some of his companies with minimal capital raised to understand that it's actually the talent density and it's the urgency at which they work that is the constraining factor.
Okay, so if we I don't know how much went into venture last year. Does anyone know offhand? But let's just say that number goes up by 20%. You're saying innovation in America or the world is not going to go up by 20%. Like capital's not the issue. Is that your point?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And look, the truth is actually I do believe that large amounts of capital can distort and can be damaging.
Right.
But you're also seeing examples. I mean, you look at some of these AI companies and what's happening, and they're absorbing unprecedented amounts of capital. And it's not evident to me, based on the history of OpenAI so far or Anthropic, that these billions of dollars are slowing innovation. In fact, they're unlocking more innovation. And so the fact that these companies exist, they're growing faster than ever before, they're more global than ever before, exits are larger than before. I think it's fantastic that funds are raising more.
I guess just a slight counter or a nuance might be that when OpenAI and Anthropic can pay their engineers tens of millions of dollars, that makes it hard for startups to compete for that talent. And so arguably, big tech, now we have these $5 trillion businesses, it's hard for startups to recruit against NVIDIA for great talent. And if you believe the innovation of the future is going to come from startups more than big companies, that is a bit of a problem. Now, NVIDIA is a public company, but Databricks would be a better example of a privately held company that they can inhale cash so easily from the venture market and then turn around and pay engineers a fortune is distorting the talent market in the Valley a little bit for startups. What do you think?
If that was the case, you would see it play out in lower and less impressive startup formation. That's just not what we're seeing. We're seeing amazing startups being created. In fact, a lot of these liquidity events allow for people to become angels themselves. The ecosystem continues the flywheel to spin. And so it's not what I'm seeing on the ground.
I think there's a bit of a confusion. It's not the size of the venture fund that is inherently problematic. It's the incentives that the size creates. I genuinely believe that our problem is not capital, it's the courage to deploy it in new and novel ways. Venture capitalists are lemmings. We don't do non-consensus shit anymore. We actually just plow money into consensus shit.
Do you think VCs are more lemmings than any other industry? Most people are sheep in their life, right? They just follow the conventional wisdom. Are VCs especially that way or just the societal norm?
they're especially that way because most venture capitalists will never see a dollar of carry. So their job is just to put dollars to work so they can get another job at another firm 3 years later. Would you disagree with that assessment?
Well, it's definitely true. Average returns in our asset class are terrible.
Yes, sir.
So that's why if you're an LP thinking about allocating to venture, you only want to be in the best funds. But the average return is bad. So you're right. Most funds are going to be terribly performing. Then the extraordinary funds can deliver truly extraordinary returns. Anirudh, do you want to jump in on any of this?
I think the way I look at some of these platforms is I don't think they're VC funds anymore. These are asset managers. So again, the way you sell this product to LPs and investors has to be different. So I don't fully agree that these people cannot make returns, but the way you have to promise returns will be different. So they will be a platform to build businesses. So a lot of the fund managers are now becoming RIAs, they're opening wealth firms. So I think this is one way to build capital pools, but I think they're competing with the Blackstone now, not with a lot of the VC funds.
Yeah, and to Jeff's point, there's nothing wrong with Blackstone, and if you're an LP looking for a relatively low-risk way to deploy capital, it could be totally fine to invest in GC's latest $3 billion fund.
By the way, what you're seeing is the natural progression, the professionalization and the institutionalization of the asset class. More capital comes in, returns go down, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, as a spiritual mega fund, but maybe a boutique niche asset manager, I don't love it, but frankly, that's because it's more competition. It makes my job harder, but I give them all the respect that they deserve and that they've earned. And the reason they can raise this much is because of fantastic performance. And so that's fine.
So let's shift, and Ashley, we'll bring you into the conversation to talk about multi-stage funds and these mega funds investing at early stage. Do you do mostly early stage investing at DPI?
So we do everything from pre-seed to pre-IPO in our market.
Pre-seed to pre-IPO. Exactly. And you're doing this in like emerging markets?
We're doing it specifically in the Africa region. So
we've
deployed and managed over $3 billion, reaching over 40 African countries. And what I heard so far today is it's very US-centric, but we're actually missing where a lot of the global talent is coming from and also consumers are coming from, which are these large emerging markets. For us at DPI, we spent 15 years specifically in private equity, but in our space, we were able to invest in a lot of tech-driven companies that led us to launch a venture capital fund and now manage the largest fintech fund in the region. And so I see a place for I dare to call ourselves a mega platform, but for our region,
$3 billion AUM.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, you can be a spiritual mega fund.
You're a spiritual small fund, but in practice you're a mega fund.
Exactly.
Yeah. So do you see? So this is a little bit of an inside baseball topic. You know, hopefully people are interested in this, but it's the kind of stuff that keeps life interesting to us. Mega funds engage at the early stage, increasingly for deal flow purposes. Andreessen, Sequoia, Lightspeed, Founders Fund, whatever, all doing seed investing, and that is creating a set of problems in some people's opinions around signaling risk in later stage rounds, and driving up prices for seed VCs like ourselves. What are you seeing in Africa? Are these mega platforms coming in at the early stage, or is the early stage left for early stage specialists, and the mega funds are only playing late stage rounds in Africa?
So what we've seen is around 2020, 2021, we saw a lot of those mega platforms, global mega platforms, come into the Africa region and then quickly wash back out. And that left a massive white space for players like ourselves to be the partner of choice for larger platforms that do want to come in and have still appetite for the Africa region, but also for us to be able to play up and down that spectrum from pre-seed to pre-IPO. And so we can do everything from lead, co-lead, but I do think that there's still a special place for smaller funds to be able to scout, provide local context to mega platforms and co-invest responsibly.
And just while we're on the Africa topic, like what's something a lot of people believe about Africa venture that just ain't true? Like what's a common misconception?
I mean, the common misconception, just point blank, is that you won't be able to find returns or great founders there, but that's just not the reality. We've been able to become a top quartile fund just by focusing on one region and improving returns.
And the Africa market you're most bullish on is which?
Egypt.
Egypt.
So, yes. So for context, we run, and I want to share this because when we think about mega platforms, we talk about the LP perspective as well. Our funds have 100% commercial LPs. 95% of that capital is from Africa. So there are African investors backing African founders, and where we're seeing Egypt placed in in the market is a great nexus into the GCC, but also expansion opportunities into sub-Saharan Africa.
All right, that's a new thought. That's interesting. So coming back a little bit to the inside baseball question of our mega funds screwing up the seed market by driving prices up and creating signaling risk for founders trying to raise subsequent rounds. What do you two see in this regard? When you have a company that is picking between, General Catalyst and Encore Capital, to pick a firm that we all know and respect on seed, would you advise them to take the seed specialist money because of the signaling risk of the mega fund, or are the platform resources and brand power of the mega fund worth something to that founder? What do you guys think?
Maybe I can go first, yeah. So we generally believe that seed should be left to seed funds because just our incentives are so aligned to service the founder, because it's also a servicing business apart from just investing capital. So a $2 million check for us is our core position versus a $2 million check is a core position for us. So we'll put everything we have in terms of resources and time to make it work, versus for a lot of funds, it's just like an optionality value. So I always advise founders to not have optionality value with their cap table. And always, it's good to have the bigger funds be hungry and come in and lead your next round. So we generally push seed funds to lead the seed rounds.
Dan?
I think that ultimately building a company is a very lonely experience. It's a very isolating experience. And what most entrepreneurs are looking for is a true partner who will roll up their sleeves and be a co-builder. We describe this as the third co-founder. And I think that you can find that at the big funds, but the incentives are generally against you. Versus at more seed stage boutiques, we have to make it work. We are there with them. So I think that if you can get a mega fund to commit to having the right relational dynamic, contractually commit and deliver on that commitment, it can work. But I've seen it not work more often than not. And that would be how I would talk about anybody.
And Jeff, I'll be curious. I mean, it strikes me that if you're building a business in a super capital intensive category, like deep tech, hard tech, the deep pockets of the mega fund can be compelling.
Yes.
Because groups like Andreessen with their American Dynamism initiative are not afraid to plow tens of millions of dollars into super capital intensive manufacturing businesses. If you're building a lightweight fintech business or even an AI application company where you can get to $10 million of ARR, only raising $10 million of venture, you're probably better off working with a seed specialist, knowing that their career and pocketbook depend upon your success. Yeah. And this was most illustrated to me when I saw a partner at a very large multi-stage firm tweet out that they hadn't done a single deal all year. I think it was like May, and they were making the point of, we're so selective, we haven't done any deals. And I read the tweet, I'm like, I'm pretty sure they've done like 2 companies that we're invested in, so how could this be? And I went and asked some questions, and it turned out that a deal only counts if it's a $50 million check or higher. Yeah. None of the early stage stuff of small checks count as a deal in his psychology, which I thought was very revealing about how important you are in their own minds about when they write a small check at seed.
No human wants to be treated like optionality. It's a very toxic way to be treated.
Yeah.
I think we've all been in those moments where people just think like, I don't really give a shit about this guy. And the problem with the mega funds is they're structurally unable to treat small tickets as anything other than option value.
Yeah. I guess the equivalent at an event would be you're talking to someone and they're always scanning their horizon for the next better person to talk to.
Of course.
That's kind of the dynamic.
If I may take the other side.
Yeah. So from the mega fund perspective.
From the mega fund perspective, when you hear capital intensity, you should hear dilution, okay? And so I have an anecdote. A friend of mine is a VC in Latin America, and he was just telling me that he offered a term sheet for a $1.5 million round at $15 million valuation, 10%
15 or 50?
1.5 at 15, 10% dilution, which is already a very rich pre-seed round. A tier 1 fund came in and said, listen, we love what you're doing. Why don't we do the following? Let's give you 3 at 30. That fund can still put in 1.5. We come in alongside them, same amount of dilution, double the valuation. What happened? They took that. And in fact, the risk with taking a high valuation is that you're just raising the bar. And it's that much harder to clear that bar and get the lift to raise your next round. But the most exceptional entrepreneurs are going to make it happen. And so would you rather take the 10% dilution for 3 million with the tier 1 and the local fund, or the 1.5 with the local fund? Option seems clear to me.
Ashley, were you going to say something?
I was going to say something. We were talking only about capital, but I also think geographical expertise is very important as well, and helping companies expand into new markets, having partners that have deep relationships in those markets, regulatory expertise as well, that can help de-risk the business. And I think mega platforms probably do that the best.
Yeah, that's true. That is an argument. The global network of certain firms can be helpful for globally ambitious entrepreneurs. And obviously at BNext, you have a great Asia network in India and Japan. So that will be an advantage. I do think these Jeff, your round size point is a good one. There's no human in the world that can resist the temptation to spend money if they have money. So one of the great lies that founders tell themselves, in my opinion, is, oh, I decided to raise 20 million, not 10, but it's okay, I'm never gonna touch it, I'm not gonna do anything different. Like, inevitably you run your business differently when you've raised more money than you need. You spend money less efficiently. And so I think it's one of the ways that mega funds are, people like Jeff are screwing up our ecosystem, is they're injecting growth hormones.
Ben, I believe a friend of yours coined the term blitzscaling. I don't know.
There are certain companies, very selective companies, that have such product market fit that the faster they can inhale money, capital can be a weapon. The problem with how people interpret blitzscaling is many more people think they fit in that very special category than they actually do. And so that it was a problem during ZERP as people raised, Masa and others sort of created this culture of, oh, just raise 2x what you think you need because you can run faster, but that wasn't actually an efficient business model.
Well, I think part of it is that above a certain growth rate, you add other risks, operational risk, team risk, and so on and so forth. I would rather a company only grow 5x this year than, and not take dilution than reach for the 10x, knowing that it will cause all other kinds of unintended byproducts and consequences.
So let's look out into the future and make some predictions. Like in over the next 5 to 10 years, do we think GC and Andreessen, et cetera, will continue to grow? Will they be public companies? Will Andreessen's AUM get to 50, 60, 70 billion AUM? And so will the mega funds continue to scale? Like, have they reached their terminal endpoint, or is there still more scaling to do? And what predictions would we have around the market dynamics? Is anything going to change as Andreessen goes to 80 billion AUM? Is that going to make it better for the seed funds because Andreessen will be even less competitive?
Yeah.
Or do you imagine kind of the current competitive intensity continuing at its current rate? Who wants to take a step?
Maybe I can start.
Yeah.
So I think one thing we are seeing is a lot of the US franchises want to go global now because they've heavily been focused on the US market. Like
US venture firms or
US venture firms. Let's say GC just acquired a fund in Berlin. They acquired a fund in India. So that's the way that they want to grow global.
Yeah.
And that's how they are justifying that they want to raise more capital so that they can go global and sort of build businesses in emerging markets as well. So I think that trend is going to be a lot more. I'm already hearing other firms approaching fund managers in India to acquire and sort of build a local franchise and sort of fundraise for them. So they will become platform enablers for different people to build businesses globally and across sectors, across asset classes. So that's my guess.
Okay, so the mega funds will continue to acquire global firms, and there'll be basically more M&A and venture, which is interesting, rolling up existing firms. That's an interesting prediction.
I would broadly agree. There are too many subscale venture capital funds. Like in other asset classes, to Jeff's point about professionalization, like there are pod shops. Like you would imagine that some venture funds should become pod shops with shared distribution, compliant, shared resources on the back and middle office, and then let different pods run different strategies on the front office.
And that's with both BNext and Village. We've also done fund-to-fund strategies. And I do think the natural evolution of a fund-to-fund strategy is a more integrated pod shop.
Correct. It's also more efficient to not go and fundraise 50 times a year as different funds, but you combine resources and you do what you're best at and sort of enable other people to lead the strategies they like.
Yeah, you see this most in IR, where everyone recreates the same IR CRMs and go to the same conferences. It'd be much more efficient if they could plug into a power grid of sorts.
When this has happened, I think about General Atlantic buying Actis, and these mega private equity platforms are buying products to combine them, so there are more economies of scale and scope.
Yeah. Predictions from the two of you?
I couldn't agree more. We just completed a fund acquisition in Africa, one of the first of its kind, and that allowed us to actually achieve scale, have the middle and back office fully operational from the back, and then allowed the team to actually focus on finding the best
And
companies.
were you choosing, did you first try to recruit the GPs to join your firm, and then they said no, then you had to acquire, and you bought the management company? Or
Yeah, it was a little bit of a unique situation, but we
Okay.
took over as advisor of the fund, and then we set up a new leadership team and hired a new team to manage it.
Yeah, the industry ventures Goldman transaction was pretty interesting.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Jeff, predictions?
I would echo what Dan said, and I would elaborate. There is a Cambrian explosion of venture fund creation in the ZERP era. There are far too many funds. About half of the funds that exist are dead or dying. Look for more M&A, look for lots of zombie funds. The rise of the venture pod shop. I already know someone starting a venture pod shop. Look for IPO. Andreessen and or GC will IPO, and look for more and more product lines. So GC has the customer value fund where they're basically doing lending. They're doing revenue-based financing. Andreessen has the family office. GC just made an offer on a large company.
On Janus.
Yeah,
They
on
put a
Janus
7.2
Henderson. There you
bid.
go.
This week they put a bid for 7.2 billion to buy Janus funds. It was in Axios. Like, I can't make this shit up.
And by the way, Dan Kimmerling said he's going to be the next Blackstone, so look for him to become a mega fund as well.
Yeah, Dan, can you commit to everyone in this room today that you will not scale to become a mega fund? Will you make that promise to the American people?
Making the argument on behalf of the boutique manager, Dan, can you commit that?
Certainly, I will. Us today that you will never become part of the problem.
I can commit to being part of the solution.
Yeah, part of the solution. I guess in close, Honoroo does a lot in Asia. You obviously do a lot in Africa. The three of us mostly invest in the U.S. Oh no, actually, FJ
we do.
Does,
we actually
FJ
do.
Does
We're very global.
Yeah, so actually, it's a pretty global group. You mentioned Egypt as a market that's non-obvious and compelling. Since many of us have global perspectives, what are other either geographic markets or categories that might be underrated that we should all be paying more attention to?
Asset managers. We should be funding other asset managers.
Yeah.
So
I love it.
Invest in asset managers is an investment opportunity.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I love it. We've done a couple of GP investments in asset managers. I think there's also an opportunity that a friend of mine, I don't know if it's public, is looking to roll up zombie funds. And so I think that's an amazing idea.
So, but when you invest in GPs, I assume then you want them to scale AUM and just grow the fee stream, right?
Well, no, I'm the guy who's buying zombie funds.
Oh, you're buying the zombie.
I didn't know if it was public. So.
Yeah, I'm buying zombie funds. So.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
What's a thing that what's a market in the world or a category that FJ is seeing that's non-obvious?
Okay, this is both very obvious and non-obvious. It's obvious in the sense that it's in the news, but it's non-obvious in the sense that no one's doing it. I am super bullish in Argentina. We've actually, our two highest multiple exits were in Argentina. I am very bullish on the talent there. We've built tech teams remotely there. And venture funds are still too scared. And frankly, we're a little too scared as well. But we are looking there actively, and I do think you're going to see some more amazing companies coming from there.
And I guess Milei's political fortune is good news for...
Yeah, I mean, a couple more years of liberalization reforms, I think that you're going to see some really interesting things there.
Okay, and what about you guys? What's a non-obvious?
So one thing we are spending time on is global capability centers. So
global what?
Global capability centers.
Okay.
So it's basically a lot of the global firms want to set up their engineering offices in India, which is not only engineering but also goes into finance, legal services, etc. And India will be the powerhouse when it comes to talent for professional services. So we want to back firms that can build, operate, transfer businesses where they can help global firms set up offices in India and sort of run it for them.
So how bullish are you on India versus Southeast Asia?
I think I'm biased. Obviously, we do a lot more in India, but the exit markets in India is really doing well now. Like the public markets have been really powerful. I think that's the missing piece in Southeast Asia yet. And also the talent pools are much deeper in India. So we're very bullish on India.
Okay. You're mostly US, right, Dan?
90%.
Are there then, for you, Dan, are there categories of businesses or themes? You said asset managers. Any others that you'd highlight as, like everyone knows AI investing is compelling, but what's a non-obvious category or AI implementation that maybe more investors should pay attention to?
Well, we have an AI business in the construction vertical, which is doing great.
Yeah.
And I think one observation I've seen is that top-down AI deployments are not working super well. Maybe Sierra is doing pretty well, but like most top-down AI deployments.
Sierra's selling contracts. I'm not sure what the utilization is by the customers, to be fair. But
right. But AI lets you go after the smallest customers in super capital efficient ways. So I think you're going to see more bottoms-up go-to-market motions in this AI first era.
Got it. So the top-down implementations are the CIO of some organization's been told by the CEO they need to buy AI. They implement something, no one uses it. The bottoms-up are where employees are adopting tools on their own and bringing them into the organization, right?
Right, because it's creating net new capacity for that micro enterprise.
Yeah, so PLG, bottoms-up AI adoption is the wave of the future. Ashley, what beyond Egypt are there categories, other geos, themes that you think are underrated right now?
So two things. I'm still extremely biased, and I've spent the last decade focused on financial inclusion and fintech, and I still think that there's an opportunity for that in the Africa region. But I think we're changing our lens in which we're looking at it through from financial inclusion more to financial prosperity. So sometimes the statistics around, for example, insurance penetration, we're still at sub 1% across the region.
What penetration? Insurance?
Insurance penetration.
Sub 1% of people in Africa have insurance?
Exactly. Yeah. So one of the deals that we just completed was a Senegalese AI health tech business that's really turning insurance on its head, and the sub-vertical that you asked about, I think companies like Senegal that have a lot of currency stability are extremely interesting.
Countries like Senegal. Okay, interesting. And do you think like Kenya is overrated as an ecosystem, overfunded?
Yeah, so off the record, I'm very...
Okay, all the cameras you're now off the record.
Perfect. I think there's two markets that I'm a little bit hesitant on. One that I live in Lagos, Nigeria. It was the #1 kind of VC ecosystem for some time. I still see some challenges there, but we are deploying. And then Kenya, I'm not bullish at all, really, on it. I don't even spend much time focusing on the country.
Jeff, are you buying Bitcoin, holding, or selling?
I think I'm the world's worst crypto trader. I've been investing in Bitcoin since 2013, and I'm down. So I don't think I should opine on this subject.
And Dan, what about you? You do a lot of financial services investing, crypto, blockchain. What's your prognosis?
I'm longer on gold than I am on crypto.
You're longer on gold than crypto?
Yeah, because because I think that elliptic curve cryptography is kind of nearing the end of its life with quantum, and that will post-quantum crypto is like very nascent, technically.
Sorry, post-quantum crypto is what?
The next generation of Bitcoin that's hardened against quantum attacks.
Quantum, yeah, okay, interesting. All right, well, thank you all very much for being part of this. I think you guys almost started brawling, but you demonstrated great professionalism and restraint. Everyone's healthy. And I think we all agree that mega funds are no good. People should focus on seed funds and seed specialists. They are the future of innovation, except if you're a mega fund in Africa. It's a good thing. So thank you all for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, everyone. We're getting to the very end of day 3 of FI Ident Edition. Very excited. I'm joined today by 3 amazing investors to talk about GP stakes and secondaries. I have with me Mauricio Magnini from FSI, Jérôme de Bottin from Capricorn Investment Group, and Yalda Aukar from Bracket Capital. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
I think to set up the ground, let me start with you, Jérôme, on you've been doing this for 20 years. Would love for you to share a little bit more on what are GP stakes, why you started, and what are some of the deals that you do?
I'm happy to do so. I must confess, when I saw the title, I was a bit amused, thinking Wagyu must be something close to elite or special. Then I went to the dictionary and I realized that it's really the combination of a breed of stock between Japanese beef and mostly European one, going back 100 years. And that it's also the most expensive meat, which clearly is pretty far from the reason why Capricorn was formed and why we got into GP Stake. So if you bear with me for a few minutes, I need to do a little bit of storytelling as to where we come from. The firm Capricorn was founded in 2000 by a gentleman by the name of Jeff Skoll. Jeff was one of the 2 founders of eBay, and if you may recall, eBay went public in 1999, and a few years later, Jeff left at age 29 with about $5 billion of money that he was not prepared for. He decided to create a foundation, the Skoll Foundation, with the idea of giving this money back. He was certainly one of the first signatory of the Giving Pledge, with the idea that he would give those $5 billion back over the following 25 years. He also started a production company with the idea of storytelling and communicating to the world important information about topics that mattered to him, such as global warming, decarbonization, electrification, and so on. And thus was born Participant. You have probably seen many of our movies. The most recent one, the last 10 years, were, of course, the documentaries with Al Gore, but also movies like Lincoln, The Post, Spotlight, Bridges of Spy, Green Book, and so on. And at the very same time, Jeff and my partners asked themselves, since we're going to take 25 years to give this money back, what can we do that's meaningful? Why don't we create an investment firm? Thus was born Capricorn. Name Capricorn's fairly simple because Jeff was born in January. But the idea with Capricorn was to create an impact asset management company that would invest in things that others would not. And the idea was to find original technology that would take quite a long time to mature, but which in their own way could be transformative over time. And because they were all at Stanford, because they were all coming out of either physics or astrophysics, they decided to focus on venture. So the reputation of the firm really started with this notion that we had very patient risk capital to invest. And looking back at history, you would read that Capricorn was indeed one of the first investors in Tesla, was certainly one of the very first investors in SpaceX. And over time, we've made about 50 investments, which is not many if you consider it's been 25 years, in tech, in related industries that deal with decarbonization, global warming, and social progress. We also wanted to be in public equities. We also wanted to be in other asset class. So we started looking for other asset management companies to which we could allocate money. We were interested in plastic, water, ag and food, all those things that have become fashionable today. Where back in 2004, 2005, there were hardly anyone. I mean, people probably know of the water fund that Pictet launched in the mid-90s. The Pictet fund at that point had 100 million in assets. We had billions to deploy. And therefore, what did we do? We said, well, why don't we create new asset management companies? Why don't we fund startups? Why don't we find entrepreneurs who have the same interests as we do for the different topics that I mentioned, and we'll let them get off the ground. And indeed, we have During a good 15 years, I helped a number of iconic asset management companies start from a few millions to several billions. And this became a bigger business as the topics that we were investing in were becoming more and more popular. And eventually we launched a few funds, so GP staking funds, whereby we raise money from ILPs, mostly institutional one, which we deployed in other asset management companies. Was not an easy task because whenever you talk GP stake, people think fund of fund.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you why, but that's what it is. So I spent a lot of time saying, no, it's private equity in one industry, which is the industry of asset management. And in the end, why are we so bullish on it and why do we continue pushing it? It's simply because global warming, climate change, decarbonization have become real themes. The trillions of dollars that are being trickled down to those sectors, and they have to go through asset management companies. So we look at now we do few startups, we'll do a few more, but we're looking at asset management companies that have between 50 million and 500 million that are on their first fund or second fund. They need to grow, open an office in the States or vice versa in Europe or in the Middle East. They need capital to grow their fund. So a typical schema for us is we'll put $2 to $10 million into the working capital of this entity. We'll put up to 100 million into the fund as an LP, typically in exchange for about 20% of the ownership. We want a minority stake. We want the entrepreneurs to stay entrepreneurs, and it's something we're going to continue to do.
And when you started, it was, let's say, only investing in the GPs that were starting new firms, right? And now it evolved to also investing in consolidated firms?
No, we did both. We did investing in what you call the GP, I mean, the legal structure of the firm, but they needed help in having a critical size in their funds. So as they started the business, if you go to market with 10 million in your first fund, it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
If you have 50 million or 100 and the stamp of approval of a company like Capricorn, it's a lot easier. So.
And you usually do both things. You invest in the GP and put a check as an LP
Most
as
of the
well
time
as
we
a
do
fund.
both, yeah.
Okay. Mauricio, let's go with you. Maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and FSI and your take on this concept of GP stakes, especially on established firms that I think you've done a couple of deals.
Thank you. I think my colleague on the right has set nicely the framework for what is really the name of the game right now in terms of GP stakes. The numbers that are being rumored are around 20 billion or something like that.
200 billion, yeah.
Yeah. Then from the announcement into the real numbers, I think there is a conversion ratio coming down, but still we're talking of a large phenomenon. FSI I founded it in 2011 together with a partner of mine. We both came from Merrill Lynch, where we have spent most of our career before. It's a continental European fund that focuses on capturing alpha. Before us, there was a group of speakers that was talking about mega funds, and now those are really dominating the market shares of fundraising and investing. We are what I would call a fairly sizable investor because we're the largest European country-focused growth fund. We have 3 billion under management, and we really do try to capture alpha via a simple formula, which is partnering, such as my colleague has said, with the entrepreneur. When we invest, we want the entrepreneur to stay and continue to work and not apply the leverage buyout formula. So we really provide growth equity into our companies. Checks that go from 100 to 250 million, so fairly sizable funds in established business models. 90% is technology, both digital and fintech and life science pharmaceuticals. So the two large mega trends in which continental Europe, if I can make a single point in terms of potential focus for you all, is a very interesting platform because you have a ratio of companies that have good products, good R&D, to how many of those have been opening up capital of really 1 to 10, what does it mean? That 90% of those companies are still 100% owned by the founding family, but they're good companies.
Yeah.
So we see great potential there. As you look into the specific of today, and you asked me to comment, we have a GP that is 90% owned by the founders. And I would call, in again, continuing and qualifying to my predecessor colleague who just spoke, there are different qualities of Wagyu. I think that, I recently was in Japan, and depending on which municipality you go, there are different, qualities. I would qualify strategic GP investments are one thing, and financial GP investment are another kind of investment. We're more focused on the first one, i.e. strategic.
Can you explain the difference as well?
Well, the difference is mostly you do a strategic GP investment to look for, I think, 3 features. One, somebody that brings you specific know-how. For instance, our 10% investor is a large hyperscale type European player called ION. So they provide to us really extremely focused knowledge in that sector.
Yeah.
So that I consider very accretive for us. Now, another important strategic determination in terms of a GP sale or a stake is succession. You need to plan out succession right in advance and do it in a way such that there is growth going on, but at the same time, you do not disincentivize through the sale of the GP stake
Exactly.
the current and the more junior partner. The third, very important.
Which I think that's one of the most controversial parts, right?
Very much so. And maybe I would end up with the issues that we see on issues, to be realistic, not issues on the financial stake deals. The third positive is diversification. We're currently discussing another potential GP situation with a large Asian, very diversified, long-term sovereign investor that would provide to a European, US, North American geared, that kind of global complementarity. So it is know-how, succession, and diversification as what I would call the strategic derivatives. When you have, and I'm getting to my conclusion, GP stakes being sold because you are really struggling to fundraise, and the numbers on the Darwinian process in terms of GP is phenomenal.
Yeah.
People say that 1/3 of the GPs will not be surviving that are currently now in business 5 years from now. When you do that just to financially maximize your value today versus tomorrow, and when you put constraints in the governance of the company and you put some sort of asymmetry between the GP investor and the other significant or non-significant LPs, because they're all the same, putting some entropy into the governance, then I would say still a very good, legitimate transaction, but something that probably is not FSI kind of Wagyu.
Yeah, and it kind of incentivizes like negative selection rather than really choosing the right ones. Given what you said, that potentially only 1/3 of those, let's say, VCs will survive, do you also see consolidation of funds coming together and creating kind of a new GP under it?
Well, funny enough that, and for the audience, this was not an agreed question. The chair asked an interesting point. There is no narrative in terms of GP stakes being bought to drive consolidation.
Yeah.
In our industry, we are, almost all the GPs are driving funds that want to scale up. We're actually launching a scale up $1 billion fund, right? That will be a euro fund right now. But GP stakes are not used as a strategic tool to actually have the governance to drive that kind of consolidation. So it's actually something that maybe this panel can take as a signature to propose
Exactly.
as the next strategic objective.
The next step opportunity. That would be like a fancier Wagyu, I think.
Yeah, very little has been said, but maybe my colleagues have a different view.
I don't know, Jérôme, do you want to, are you seeing any of this?
We do. The market, I think, in the US is slightly different. It's fairly mature. There are three categories of GP stakers. You have the well-known companies like Blue Owl that will buy into well-established asset management companies that have already 10 billion plus, with founders who are about to retire. So they're really buying a business. They're buying the yield that comes with the business. And then you have those who only fund startups, the TPGs of the world, where they like to look at what we were doing 20 years ago, which we do a little less of. And then you have what we call this mid-market, where there's about 100 companies that we have identified that have between 50 million and a billion, say, that need money to grow. And that money will come either through GP stake investing or a combination of GP staking and investing into their fund. The main thing for us, it has to be tied to an environmental or social cause. Yeah. That's what we look at. I think the main red flag for us is if as soon as we start talking, the entrepreneurs are talking to us about exiting.
Red flag.
We believe in the entrepreneur. We want to bet on the jockey more than the horse. So that becomes for us the main criteria.
And what I see is another of the driver has been like, of course, companies are remaining private longer than they used to, right? So that is also driving GP stakes. Maybe, Yala, we go to you on the other side, which is like secondaries. But first, can you share a little bit of who you are, the firm that you founded, and how you think more on the secondary market, because you guys are very active in that space?
Yes, absolutely. And typically I'm on a panel. I'm always one of the few female participants on it. So they start with female first. So there's a lot of pressure on me. So I'm actually quite relieved that you gave the stage to my male colleagues, and it got me to reflect a bit. I co-founded Bracket Capital about a decade ago. So we're the same age as FII. We'll turn 10 next year. And we focus on investing in private growth and late-stage technology companies. So I'm biased. I would say the premium Wagyu is actually in VC-led secondaries. And I'm actually a recipient of GP stakes transactions because very early on when we launched Bracket in 2016, we sold 10% of our GP to someone who took a chance on us, and apparently I have good storytelling skills, so they liked the story. And that allowed us very early on to go and hire best-in-class talent from the industry to come and work for us, as opposed to bootstrapping and then scaling as we go.
And maybe, can you go a little bit deeper on how you found that initial investor in your GP?
It was someone that was going to be quite strategic, coming in as an anchor into the fund, etc. So they participated
as an LP
with us
as well, I guess.
They came in as an LP, they came in as a GP in the fund, and they always say it was the best investment that they've ever made, because now it's clipping, a percentage of the carry that we manufacture on exits, and obviously they get a percentage of our management fees as well. They came in at a very low valuation, and you saw what happened with Industry Ventures. They just got valued at 100, at 7 billion. Well, there's 7 billion in AUM that sold exactly to Goldman Sachs. So there's definitely traction happening in our industry. But very early on, we decided to focus on the secondaries market. And for us, the main driver was price arbitrage. So we were thinking, why would we pay over inflated primary prices and compete with giants and effectively take negative selection bias on the remains when we can participate in the secondaries market at a fraction of the last institutional round. And then we realized there's actually a lot of structural issues in the VC industries as a result of these companies choosing to stay private for much longer. You have early employees that are incredibly frustrated because they're not able to monetize and participate in the growth of these giants. And then you have LPs who are incredibly frustrated as well because there's very little DPI in the portfolio that they're engaged in. If you look at the VC industry for the last decade, you have an IPO window that's practically closed. You have a very sluggish M&A market. You have employees at these megacorn companies that have 99% of their wealth tied to these companies, but they still get their engineering salary at the end of the month, and that's creating more frustration. You have early stage funds that have 70 to 80% of their NAV that's tied to one or two big winners, but they're not able to monetize it because, again, the IPO market is closed. And they have a fiduciary responsibility to generate DPI for their investors because they've now overextended their holding period into 12 to 15 years. And then you have the very frustrated LPs. So we decided that we participate in this market as liquidity provider of first recourse to early stage funds, but also to employees who want to capitalize on the scale of the company that they've worked for. And not only that, we manufacture liquidity within our own portfolio to maximize DPI. And the trend has really dramatically evolved in the last decade. So when we started doing VC secondaries back in 2016, it was really frowned upon. Like the market would look at us as if we weren't able to get into the primary, and as a result, we would be doing the secondary. And now this has dramatically changed. For us, it was a very strategic decision. It remains a very strategic decision. Funny enough, now that everyone is starting to do secondaries. We've pivoted to structured primaries, but that's maybe for another panel. But effectively now companies are realizing that if you want to retain, attract, and reward talent, you have to facilitate those share tenders for your employees. And that's becoming much more institutionalized. It's becoming much more democratized. Two big examples are SpaceX and Stripe that organize those every 6 months. Bracket Capital is an approved buyer. That's how we create relationships with C-suite. They rather go through us rather than go through a porous brokers market where there's information risk and risk of leakage. And we think that more companies will follow suit, generating those systems of share tenders for their employees and creating more volume in the secondaries market.
And what do you see in the difference between, of course, the shares that GPs already, that VCs already have, which are usually preferred, versus the shares from the employees that are common stock? Like, do you get different type of...
Look, the way that we think about it, we're investing in growth and late stage. If these companies are going to zero, it's going to go to zero. For us, we're indifferent if we're getting preferred or common. That's not the model that we're after. We're trading these as our perception is it's an anomaly that these companies are still private. The max 7 of ventures, it is what it is, and you're just trading them the same way that you would buy an NVIDIA or Amazon on the public market.
Exactly. Mauricio?
Wanted to maybe complement what my colleague just said on a couple of concepts that are inflated, but just give my experience regarding secondaries and GP-led, and the concept of data. The data models are providing phenomenal opportunities in terms of GP-led secondaries. We recently went through one, and everything is done through AI. That provides very good tightening of spreads, narrowing of times, and it's a phenomenal incentive for large anchor investors that come in early, realize they gain, and then they want to sort of rotate their capital. So there the experience is wonderful. The second comment I wanted to make is on DPI, and maybe Chair, you want to take another...
Mauricio, you have to give me 1 second because with the announcement, I can't hear a thing. Okay, now, please continue.
The first comment was on secondary, we'll leave it there. There may be another proposal that this panel can make, in addition to the one in GP consolidating objective, is on DPI. Now, DPI is really demetric. It's gotten to a point, and so I would argue there are two kinds of DPI. There is the hard DPI, where you get your money back to your investor, and the investor can do whatever she or he wants.
Yeah.
And then I would argue there is a soft DPI, which you give the money back to the investor, but you tell them, look, yes, I give you the money back, but a piece you got to put it on my continuation fund, another piece you got to park it somewhere else. That is a lower quality DPI. So soon enough, my view, in an industry that is going up to the roof where you have 25% of the exits estimated being continuation funds,
Yeah.
where you're going from 4 years into close than 6 years globally in terms of holding period, I think the industry soon will focus on not just on DPI, which is definitely the only metric, the name of the game, but the quality of the hard DPI versus the soft DPI. Something maybe to propose again to FII in terms of potential metrics, my chair.
Absolutely. And maybe, Jérôme, like, how do you think about continuation funds? Because Mauricio is right, like, a lot of them are coming up, and that becomes like the exit, so.
Well, maybe I'll comment on what you said. Our apologies, you should have spoken first. And
Oh, no, not at all. As I said, it was relaxing for me. I just reflected on everything
I take
you guys
responsibility.
said.
and two, I'm delighted to hear that your partner.
It's joint apologies. By the way.
See, the Italian and the French, they always have to.
To the Lebanese, very.
But
right.
on the notion of what you were talking about, the GP staking offers extraordinary return that people don't necessarily understand. GP staking is not only about buying into private equity asset management companies. We take stakes into asset management companies that do fixed income, that do public equities, that do all sorts of things that generate yearly return, and a portion of that return goes back to the GP. So it's not a passive investment to the extent that the DPI builds up pretty rapidly. We don't invest in hedge fund, obviously. We don't take things with capital risk. We invest in things which we think are going to grow because of the business that they are in. And when you look at where do the returns come from for a GP stake investor, as I just said, you have the return from the underlying in which the asset manager is investing. Then you participate in the fees and the carry that the manager is generating. And eventually, as the asset grows, and the value of the enterprise appreciate, you also benefit from that. So I think there's a far cry between GP staking investing and traditional private equity or venture, where indeed sometimes people complain that it takes forever to get some money back. And I would add to that, the question I get the most is, what about the exit? People want to know, will it be 5 years, 7 years, 10 years? So in the meantime, I said, well, understand, you're getting returns right away because you're getting the return of the investment plus the fees. And two, look at the thing that we've done. We made investments in 2005 in a company that had 50 million that now manages 50 billion. And we own a pretty large chunk of it. Why would you want to sell that? The success of GP staking is that as the asset grows, it really becomes an extraordinary annuity for the investor. For the entrepreneurs, we always give them an option to buy us out. So if they reach a certain level of asset, meet certain threshold, then they can certainly buy us out. And history tells you, if you're a successful asset management and you reach a certain threshold in terms of AUM, they'll be a strategic to buy you out.
That makes sense. We can't have a panel without talking about AI, especially in this FII. So I'm going to go back to Yada. Like, how are you seeing AI automation accelerate the shift in making transactions more standardized in the secondary market?
I think AI is helping the secondaries market become the VC market. If you look at every other asset class in the world, from commodities to stamps to cars, to public equities, real estate, etc., the secondaries market is always orders of magnitude the size of the primary market. It's only in venture where you see these walls of capital chasing primary rounds and the secondary markets being just a very small fraction of that. You have over $1.5 trillion of unrealized values that is now trapped in US VC-backed unicorns.
Yeah.
Whereas the secondaries market, I think in one of your notes, I saw, is only the size of $200 billion, compared to a public market that's in the $200 trillion and more. So that convergence is bound to happen. And the only reason that it hasn't happened yet is they haven't yet figured out a standardized contract. And if you look at private credit, that's a great example. It was a very analogous, relationship-driven asset class, and through the advent of standardized contracts, it was able to democratize, and now institutional and retail investors can participate. So the moment that AI, and I really think through tokenization, you're able to create fractionalized ownership in these private companies, then the floodgates will open, and you'll be able to democratize that entire asset class. And for me, it's not foreign that in a few years' time, I'll be out of business in 5 to 10 years, because you'll be able to buy your shares in Epic Game and Anduril and Stripe and XAI on your IBKR or eShares portfolios.
In talking about that, like I just had a very good friend who has this company in Miami called Securitize, and they've been doing secondary markets for a long time in tokenization, and they finally went public after 10 years at over $1 billion valuation. And it's more because, yes, money is being trapped in secondaries, and this is a way to give liquidity. Mauricio, how do you think about this?
Well, I agree on the great potential of AI. I will also launch myself into a parallel with AI, which I'm not the first one saying it, but generally speaking, I think the great revolution of AI is going to face, from a financial standpoint, what has happened in the early 19th century for the US railroad. Too many people are building the railroad. Too many people are building these LLMs, and there is no need for more than one large general LLM. So from a financial standpoint, I think we're going to get there. I hope that my colleague is not completely right in us going out of business, because I believe that, generally speaking, our business has a lot of combination of IQ, EQ, and DQ, decency quota, which is another concept of really doing stuff in a way such that you really drag with you parts of the society, part of the economy. So I hope that you're not completely right, otherwise we're all going to be out of business. Maybe one last comment, as you touched on data on valuation for our business, which we talked about.
Which is really important across the board.
Yeah. I generally think that valuation are very high in private equity, and the amount of inventory is phenomenally high. The data, for instance, from Bain's last report do show that. That said, and I live with a third concept in terms of GP, for us, valuation is not the key determinant in terms of valuation of our GP as I look for a partner. We even are thinking of something that will make your hair really go up, of having a primary GP injection. And therefore not even monetizing. And why? Because we're sitting on cash, because we're really truly believing that it's going to be a Darwinian process in the next 5 years. So we're building up cash together with potential currency as equity to consolidate the European specialist technology, healthcare, alpha market in terms of us being there, hopefully maximizing our chance for the next 5 to 10 years.
But Yelda, for you, pricing discipline is super important. How do you think about this?
Yeah, I think it's very tempting to inherit your headline valuation and price to the last institutional round. At Bracket, we take a very, very conservative approach. We always mark to the worst of the last institutional round, a large secondaries block that would have traded at a large discount, our public market comps.
And do you have some of these companies doing secondary programs of buying themselves shares from the employees that you use as well as part of the valuation?
Yes, so we look at the combination. But again, what ends up happening is, I can give you an example. A company in our portfolio called Airtable, the last institutional round was at $11 billion.
We know Airtable.
You know Airtable. The secondaries market is trading it at a 70% discount, so we mark our book at a 70% discount, although it might surprise to the upside. But the lesson that we've learned in our industry is that it's always better to underpromise and over-deliver, as opposed to misleading where the risk profile of these companies is actually sitting.
And we're running out of time, but I want to finish the panel with the same question that I asked my previous one, which is, what have you heard in the last 2 days that has blown your mind at FII? I don't know if either in a panel or because of a conversation passing through, but whoever wants to go first.
Nuclear fusion.
Nuclear fusion. Okay, that exactly
good.
because now energy is a big topic, especially with
Absolutely. It'll
computational.
definitely be a field that we'll be taking a deep dive into.
Great. Jérôme?
It's more what I didn't hear. I was surprised that in the program and in the comments that were made, very little was said about space this year. But it was such an important topic in the past.
That's so true. Jérôme, Mauricio?
Well, for me, I have to say, I've been coming to FII since the beginning. It's really how FII is the showcase of a country that in the last 5 years has really dramatically changed. So it's great to see this happening. I was in the desert on Sunday, and the Wi-Fi was working
perfect.
Definitely perfectly, not even comparing to the major European and US cities. So great tribute to the leadership.
That's so true. I come at least twice a year, and every time is like more impressive. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you all of you.
Thank you.